Hello. Jesus, hold on. Plenty of things all over the place. Let's see. Let me scroll back up for a second. Simtoric, Rasta, Shezar, Chipmunk, Sokoman, Colette, Enktar, Person, Zia, White Wolf, Matchless, Gol, Eugene, Rolel, Nephilim, Mac Ace, Gleiger, Gnomes, JR, and Chordik. I hope everybody's doing good on this. On this Sunday, 21st of June, 2026. Thank you, Warren, for the tier 3 resub. Almost 4 years. Almost there. Getting there. Thank you, Warren. Appreciate it. 47. That's a big one. Warren, you will be remembered. Shezar, tier 367. That's a, as always, Shezar. That's a huge one. Thank you so very much. First ever subscriber right there. I know it feels like we check every time if you've overtaken V-Power, but you need a few more months. About 4 more months and you're there. Every month you get closer, yeah. Unless he surprisingly returns out of nowhere, you will get there eventually. So I'm looking forward to that day. Cesar, thank you. You will be remembered. Quasi, 47, tier 1. Macaron, 8, tier 1. So very much. Saladino, 31 gifted subs. That's a very random number. Is that the new feature? I don't. It's the gift them all option. Okay. I didn't know they were that feature was activated on my channel. I don't know when that happened. I'm not sure. Has it been there for a while? Because I know I've heard about it, but I wasn't sure. Isn't there for me anymore now and wasn't there last stream? I don't know how fucking shit works. I don't know how Twitch implements their features. It makes no sense to me. I'm not gonna try to understand it. We're just gonna accept that it's there. Thank you, Saladino, for gifting a sub to everyone who was there for the start of the stream. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Yeah. We'll have to see in the future if yeah, I don't know. Weird thing. I don't know. What an interesting feature. I don't know how I feel about it. In general, not that someone's using it, just in general, I think it's a strange feature. But I appreciate you using it. Thank you so very much, Saladino, as always. Very generous. Thank you. And everyone who got a sub, enjoy the ad-free experience. We're playing a new video game today. Yeah, I'm playing a new video game today. So we'll see how that one goes. I've heard of Citizen Sleeper, yeah, Soitsu. It's on the list somewhere. I don't know if and when I'll play it, but it's on the list. Of egg. I think this is kind of the exact intended use case. Yeah, I mean, guess it is. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, you know, gets everyone in here to enjoy an ad-free experience. Yeah. Let me send us on a title screen and see how that feels. So how do I do this? Gaming and then click that. Whoa, that is a fast loading game. Incredible how fast games can load when they don't have the EA app to stop them. That was like instant. I clicked the button, the fucking splash screen was there. It even took a second for the OBS to realize that there was a game launching. It went so fast. How are you today, Quasi? Okay, we do have some vibey main menu music. So far, so good. So the only thing, the sort of the only thing I know about this game is that it is very openly, or well, openly I don't know, but very clearly inspired by Disco Elysium, which to me is enough of a reason to at least try it, right? I also know it's much more of a fantasy setting than Disco is, right? So we'll see. Interesting that press the button disappears behind the clouds. That's kind of an interesting one. It's intentionally on the layer behind the clouds, which I think is kind of unique. Steam page straight up calls it a disco lag. Yeah, yeah. What's up, Costa? How are you doing today? You see, co-founder of Ubisoft died in a plane crash. Yeah, I know. I saw that. Member of the old Guillemot family. Probably means nothing to you guys, most of you, but when I was younger, Guillemot was a very well-known brand for computer hardware from the same family, in fact. I'm pretty sure they had like graphics cards and all kinds of stuff back in the old days. Oh geez, the music just picked up there. I thought it was just gonna be a little, you know, drony vibe, but no, there's actually a melody and everything. Okay. Now it goes back to the very smooth droning of that. Personally liked it more than Disco. Wow, those are big expectations. Obviously I haven't touched the game. I have serious doubts that I'm gonna like it more than Disco, just based on the setting. I just tend to like fantasy, pure, like sort of not pure fantasy, but like fantasy-ish settings less than more sort of unique ones, such as Disco or stuff like that. We'll see, we'll see. You never know, you never know. Obviously, I'm not gonna judge a game before I play it. Yeah, I mean, in other news, it's extremely warm in here. So, how was the long weekend? It was alright. Switzerland managed to win a game, which is fascinating. And then other than that, I just Didn't do very much. Did a bunch of marathon. Watched some... I've been rewatching Love, Death, Robots, which has been great. I had only seen the first season. I'm rewatching the first season, and then I'll watch more of it. It's been good. I really like that show. 31 Celsius in the room right now, outside with my tablet. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to look at the temperature right now. I feel like it's gonna be worse if I see what it is, but it's probably above 30. Yeah. I cannot wait to open my window. And it doesn't look like it's gonna get any better this week. In fact, it's getting worse as the week goes along. So, yay. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Zero Parades for sure, Warren. It's gonna be my end of the year game this year. I'm quiet compared to the game? That's surprising, because the game's not very loud at all. I am quiet? Really? That is very surprising. Like, am I just... disregarding the game, am I quieter than usual? My mic's on the right volume. The game's just loud for you guys. Is it? Interesting. Yeah, I mean, the game does get a little louder there. What's up, Larry? I think it might be a matter of the frequencies of the track being similar to those of voices when the guitar sort of kicks in, which might be competing with my voice on the same frequencies. But let's see. Maybe I can lower the volume of the game a little bit. Join the Discord. Sign up to the newsletter. Album release. Check out collaborators. Thanks for buying. You're welcome. Want to learn more about the Esoteric Coast? Well, not right now, but eventually, maybe. Let's see. We got a bunch of... We can pick... Oh, wait. That is so funny. Hold on. There's literally a dialogue for the the fucking option menu. So Christopher Bodegard, which I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right, but I'm pretty sure he's the developer of the game. When I play Ebb, I use text size 24, but I suggest picking whatever is most comfortable for you. Which font should I use? Averia Serif is the recommended font. You can cycle through the fonts in-game by pressing N or M on the keyboard, by pressing left and right stick on a gamepad. You don't tell me what to do. I play with 36 as my font size and keep my face about 3 inches from the screen. Averia works fine, I guess. Okay, leave. That is so cool. Unfortunately, those options are not functional, but love it. What's up, Shepard? Yeah, very nice. Let's see. Oh, that's so clever! You only see it if you lower the fucking dialogue text size. And it says, how could you possibly read such tiny text? That is so clever. I love it. That is so fucking brilliant. Okay, I'm already, like, consider me convinced. Which is interesting, I cannot see what the name of the thing is. That's pretty clever. Let's see. Ooh, Garamond feels very book-like. Oh, it's strength. Okay, interesting. So Josephine Sands is slightly more... it's slightly smaller, right? Oh, dyslexic. Nice, nice. I've read some books that have some publishers in, at least in France, use the dyslexic font for like special publications of some of their books. They do like 2 series, some of them with that. That's not great. Robotos feels very clean, but not necessarily what I'm looking for. I think Garamond feels very bookish. I like that. But a various serif is the recommended one, so I think I'm gonna play with the recommended one. Right? Yeah, Shepherd. Nice. Yeah, like, I feel... this one's very bookish, I like it, but yeah. I think I'm just gonna play with the recommended font, right? Something ebooks are good for, you can change your dyslexic. Yeah. Yeah, Gold, that's interesting. I've heard that. Some people mentioning... a few dyslexics I know mentioned that for them it's not that great, but... in general, it seems like it really works well for a lot of people. But yeah, I think I'm gonna just pick the recommended one. Feels fine to read. UI size. Set to large or huge if you have trouble reading small text in the UI. Should be fine. Colorblind. This adds the name of ability scores on text normally only marked out with colors. Huh. Cool. Visuals. Yeah, sure. High quality, or less. Capped. Okay, so we're gonna adjust the volume a little bit. I don't want it to be too low, because I want you guys to be able to enjoy the music, of course. Oh, maybe there's something to be done about slightly... well, I don't know what the other sounds are gonna be like. We're gonna go with... feels very incremental. I think I'm gonna go with this. You guys let me know if it's loud enough that you can enjoy the music even when it's lower while still hearing my voice. Okay, very few options. I think that's good. But this is... what a clever way of not only showing a little bit of the game's humor and writing while also giving you an example of what it's gonna look like, right? That seems very clever to me. I like it. Yeah, I mean, I think that's intentional, right? Real L. The sort of stands out as the main melody. That's the guitar that was covering me earlier. Is it better? Is it better now? Hopefully it is. It's better, much better, okay. And we're gonna wait for the music to go down again to its sort of ambient loop, and you guys will tell me if you can still at least enjoy it a little bit. Yeah, for me it's fine. This is good volume, no worries. Yeah, I mean, it also depends on what sort of hardware you're listening, right? Gold's gonna be different for like mobile users. Mobile tends to blend things together more, or if you have like not so great speakers as opposed to having headsets or whatever. Okay, so now we're back on the ambient loop. Can you still like hear the music and sort of appreciate the vibe, or is it too low now? I'm gonna have to go back and listen to my own VOD eventually. Is this fine for you? It's low but not too low. Okay. Can you hear the birds? Nah, I don't care about football when I'm streaming, Egg. If I need updates, I'll look at them myself. As a general rule, we try to avoid talking about other parties when a party is happening. Just as a general, you know, courtesy rule. Okay, well, I think that volume will have to do. Those are the only sound effects I can hear right now. Not Not that much. Slightly increase the volume. Very slightly. Alright, I think that's it. Not that many options to sort through, so we can start a new game, I guess. I didn't expect we'd be already in game after 30 minutes, but... yeah, Blowy, I'm gonna have to go listen to the VOD myself and figure out if the... I don't know how, because obviously, you know, main menu music, maybe it's gonna be louder later. I do like the title screen, though. I think it's pretty cool. Having the clouds be in between layers, kind of neat. What kind of game is this? It's, according to the Steam page, it's a disco-like. It's a CRPG with Disco Elysium style dialogue. Yeah. Sounds fun, yeah. I mean, I'm already pretty convinced. Just based on the options menu. When the option menu manages to convince you of a game, that's definitely a pretty good sign, but we'll see. Yeah, alright, new game. Oh boy. It begins again. We are so back, yeah. Okay, there's... Does each... Hold on, are we on... Oh, Jesus. Oh, yeah, okay. Is there a way for me to click on something without... Okay, I do need to... Why do some of them... I don't know how it works. Return. Does that send me back to the main menu? Yes, okay. Very snappy menu. I like it. What is pre-built before we get into any of it? Oh. Hold on. The primal cleric. What is the nature of a man? The trickster cleric. Don't keep your fingers to yourself. The scholar cleric. A loner, a thinker, a man of ideas. The beefy cleric. Yes. More apples, apple boy. And the unstable cleric. They should bow before your ego. Okay. Alright, alright, alright. I like the color-coded skills, abilities, traits. I don't know how you want to call them. What's up, die roll? Okay, so we have points which are seen up top here that I can add, and then we have proficiencies, which I'm not sure what they are. Just a bonus, I guess? Oh, it's like, I guess, your main traits and... I don't remember what they call them in Disco, but like your signature skills. Yeah. Alright, so we have a bunch of lore to read for every skill, which... Okay, that's... Oh, there. I can click on this to sift through without having to... Okay, that's perfect. That's what I needed. Then we have a background focus, which apparently changes a few abilities. Oh my god, there's so many of them. And they all have lore. Alright, let's go back to the punching bag, which was the first one. Okay. What's up, DJ? Well, okay, let's get to reading, I guess. So we're on strength right now. The lore. Every shepherd knows the song. It bellows up the river. Earth lives in that sliver of land. Torna's lament, folk prayer. Lament? Yeah, lament. So Earth, I'm assuming, is the world that the story takes place in. Very typical fantasy way of, you know, replacing Earth with something that feels more exotic. Every shepherd knows the song, it bellows up the river. Strength measures your natural bodily prowess alongside a testosterone-fueled mindset. As a man, it is only proper for you to hone your figure and its capabilities. But why? The search for meaning is as vital as the struggle towards competence. Competency? Wait, that sounds wrong. Competency? I don't know how to pronounce that word. Luckily, you already know your cause. To protect the innocent, to lead the weak, to sacrifice until nothing but your bones hit the pavement. To literally die. Competency? Competency. Thank you. Competency. Yeah. Stress on the first syllable. Thank you. Competency. Luckily, you already know your cause. To protect the innocent, to lead the weak, to sacrifice until nothing but your bones hit the pavement, to literally die. Become a zealot, regain your honor, set out on your divine mission. The cleric's unique take on strength. To literally die, huh? Become a zealot, regain your honor, set out on your divine mission. Uses. Higher strength allows you to equip extra items. I love all the little like graphics, logos and all that. That's very neat. Be violent and or manly. Useful in encounters. Religious fervor. Aesthetic nationalism. Increased manhood. Mechanical benefits of strength. Okay, so those are the mechanical benefits of strength. Increased manhood is beautiful. And the role, a high-strength cleric, votes for the party of Norvik, prays to his dead god, uses brute force on puzzles, punch big bad evil guys in the face, wants to become a real human hero, loves quests, simple as. And a low-strength cleric, he's a weak, sniveling rat, bows down to anyone stronger, can't handle the banter. I need to be able to handle the banter. Gives up when the going gets tough. Is afraid of women. Doesn't care about quests. Oh, that is so funny. This is already starting to... This already oozes personality. I like that. Bullvine, thank you for the 11 months Prime. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. I hope you had a good weekend as well. Our strength. So okay, this is how how it impacts the character, which apparently is the cleric. This is the mechanics, direct benefits, and this is the lore about it, right? Which this is also like, okay, it's the mechanics, sure, and some of them make sense, right? Oh, you're allowed to equip extra items, great. But then it's like, wait, what do you mean aesthetic nationalism? Hold on. How is that gonna influence the game? Yeah, so there's a lot of interesting stuff already in there. Votes for the party of Norvik. Is afraid of women is crazy. I love it. What's up, Gotra? How are you? Yeah, this game isn't as well known as you would hope it to be, considering, you know, it's hitting that sort of disco niche, and a lot of people from those communities who played it seem to really have enjoyed it. So It just doesn't have the same sort of renown. Yeah. Okay. Oh, there we go. That's it for strengths. We'll have to return to it when we start putting points in, because we have a lot of decisions to make already. And I'm sure all of these stats will feel very appealing. So, it's gonna be difficult. Dexterity. What is the Cleric's unique take on dexterity? Love the art, by the way. So freaking cool. You can like the sort of, you know, sneaky hand and all that. And it's just like a you know, muscly body. Very good, very good. Heard Jamrock Hobo say very nice things about this game. Yeah. It is imperative to simply explain to these people they have the right to choose. Belief in oneself is just. Wealth is built from within. Imperative, yeah. Meriadoc Moonwatch sights beyond reeds. It's imperative to explain to these people they have the right to choose. Belief in oneself is just. Wealth is built from within. Dexterity measures natural reactivity, balance, and poise. The haste with which you express a witty remark or notice a nervous glance. And of course, your ability to gracefully avoid the consequences of your actions. It's all about risk versus reward. Love that. The ability to gracefully avoid the consequences of my actions. I feel very good about that. It is that feeling of self-preservation when everything falls apart around you, to grab as much as you can, while the grabbing's good, to progress towards a new future, full of freedom, so those who look out for themselves can prosper and survive. I promise you, no one else will. Yeah, very individualistic sort of skill, you know? Make sure you're... Okay, this is a very interesting thing, because at first I was like, even with strength, I'm like, I'm not sure how that relates to the skill itself, right? I was like, man, I don't really understand how that relates to dexterity, but now I sort of get it. The idea of, yeah, no, you have to do it yourself. Nobody will do anything for you. You know, wealth is built from within, and by picking it from everyone else's pockets, probably. That's kind of like the sort of duality of how dexterity is described, which I like. It's sort of like an inspiring quote, but the reality is, yeah, no, you have to fend for yourself, and, you know. I like that. Interesting, though, the haste with which you express a witty remark. So there's also sort of intellectual aspects to dexterity, right? Which... obviously, same with strength in sort of the, you know, the testosterone-fueled mindset. So each skill seemed to have also an intellectual aspect to it, which makes sense considering it's mostly like a narrative game, right? Having purely combat stats wouldn't do very much, probably. With enough dexterity, you can steal anything. Pick locks, sneak and dodge traps, and roll initiative and react quickly. Oh, so there might be actual combat in this one. As a dashing rogue. Become rich as a Republican revolutionary. And just run away, dummy. Increased manhood. I like the last one's kind of like personality sort of thing. Yeah. Just run away, dummy. Okay, become... okay, so each of these seems to be associated with a political inclination, right? Aesthetic nationalism, which always makes me laugh. Religious fervor, right? This one is wealth and Republican revolutionary. Okay. How about the roles? High dexterity cleric votes for the revolutionary freestriders. Collects piles of shiny coins. Acts first in every encounter. Avoids trouble before it brews. Always has a witty reply. Looks out for himself. Takes big risks and wins every time. A low dexterity cleric takes big risks and fails every time. Doesn't notice anything in time. Stumbles over his own feet. Drops the bowl figuratively and literally. Is slow mentally and physically. Is dirt poor. Very embarrassing. Yeah, this feels very, very, very Disco-like in the sense that I somewhat remember Disco Elysium's character creation when I wanted every skill in the game. Every time I was reading a skill and the downsides of not having, you know, a high level in that skill, I was like, man, I wish I could have everything. And that's the sign of a pretty good system when every skill looks appealing, right? It immediately sets the tone. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. All right, let's go to Constitution. Lore. Always listen to your hungry stomach. The Hedonists, a blind manifesto. Constitution measures your natural stamina, both mental and physical. It's how much you can take before going down. The world is harsh and unforgiving. It will beat you to a pulp with words and sticks. So listen to your gut, the instinct that kicks in when you're standing at the pit. It is the voice that speaks nothing but bodily truth. Every choice you make, every emotion you accumulate can be traced back to the lower half of that stomach of yours. Follow it, retain the mortality of fleshy logic, simple, easy, truthful. Retain the mortality of fleshy logic. That's a good line right there. I just noticed this is a stomach with teeth. Interesting. The bodily truth. Every choice you make, every emotion you accumulate can be traced back to the lower half of that stomach of yours. Yeah, gut biome health is you know, I hear it's very important. It seems like science is slowly agreeing more and more that, you know, gut health might be one of the main factors behind everything. I don't know how true that is, but I'm hearing it more and more. So Constitution has a lot to do with that. What are the uses? Constitution is needed for hit points. Control your body and its esoteric connection. Ooh, that to me, I don't want to make comparisons to Disco all the time. Obviously, this is its own game and I feel like it deserves to be. Although, you know, it itself makes references to Disco on its marketing. But this reminds me a lot of Shivers, I think. It was like the thing that connects you to the world around you and all that, right? Esoteric connection. Yeah. Your political party polled 2% last week and you don't care. Okay then. That's fantastic. Pain is good for you. Okay, no, I get the vibe of Constitution. I like it. I like it. What about the role? A high Constitution cleric keeps forgetting there's an election. Focuses on the good things in life. Is tougher than entropy. Keeps his neuroticism in check. Oh man. Couldn't be me. Talks with the spirits in the wall. Okay, that's so interesting though. Talks with the spirits in the walls. Listens to his gut. He's already dead. The idea of, you know, yeah, you can't die, you're already dead sort of philosophy, right? A low Constitution cleric will die. Panics over everything. Listens to his gut and he's wrong. That's so funny. Has no control of his bodily functions. Can't handle the pain. Has no special connections with the walls. Yeah, why wouldn't you want special connection with your walls? Yeah, no, Quasi, I'm feeling the same. I'm like, I want to talk to the... I really want to be connected with the walls. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is so interesting. because, you know, obviously, yeah, low constitution, you don't have many hit points, you will die. But the idea of the high constitution cleric, the way that it phrases it, is already dead. You know, it's that, yeah, you know, you don't care. It's the warrior going to battle with that mindset of, I'm already dead, it doesn't matter, right? I like it. Very, very good. So far, it's nailing the writing and the tone, I will say. This is brilliant. Some really, really good stuff right there. It already, like, I love when the character creation already makes you excited for what could happen later, right? You don't know what can happen, but you're already excited for it just based on the skills and the character creation. That's usually a very good sign. You can see the potential of all those things. All right, let's go. We're approaching my typically favorite skills in many RPGs, which is, you know, more the bottom of the board typically, but let's see, let's see. A glorious design, let those who learn lead, through merit of ability and nothing else. Lord Phileas Prax, Autobiography Prax. Intelligence measures your ability to recall, store, and process information. It is your logical receptacle and calculator. It is only proper for you to hone this pulsating mass within your skull. But why? Simple, pure, unadulterated ego. Knowledge rules the world, so too shall you one day lead the weak. Bring your genius to the masses. If they do not bow, they do not deserve you. You know everything about the past, therefore it is only rational you will truly know the future as well. Enlighten the ignorant masses. This is appealing. I like it. I like it. I like it. Let's see. Uses. Higher intelligence lets you prepare more spells. Okay. So there's a little bit of a D&D, you know, sort of spell preparation thing. Like it. Think, plan, and execute an actual plan. Complete the magocratic return. Ooh. With a little V instead of a U. Complete the magocratic return. Vote for yourself. Listen. I'm not saying this skill appeals to me in many ways, but you know, be a genius without peers. I wonder what the magocratic return is. Probably some kind of prophecy, right? I'm having a stat crud. I'm not sure yet. We'll see, we'll see. A high intelligence cleric votes for the best wizard. You. Despises and envies the gods. Solves every mystery with ease. Masters arcane magic. Spouts historical facts for hours. Is dismissive towards those lesser. Knows everything. A low intelligence cleric knows nothing. Is both ignorant and confident. Oh no. Oh, that is so good. Makes up tidbits to seem smart. Is barely sentient. Cannot intentionally solve mysteries. Okay, the intentionally here is so insane. Cannot intentionally solve mysteries. I love the implication of that. Is an idiot. Duh. Yeah, the oh no is so good. Both ignorant and confident. Oh no. Okay. So, okay. I do like intelligence. I think it feels like something I would enjoy playing. I will say, there's less mystery there, a little bit. The magocratic return, I'm kind of intrigued, but, you know, as opposed to, like, talking to the walls. You know? I mean, the other two were also pretty straightforward. Constitution so far is the most mysterious one because of the spirits in the wall. It makes me want to invest in it just to see, right? The other ones are a bit more, you know, what you would expect, I guess. Yeah. Votes for the best wizard. There's always... Keeps forgetting there's an election. Okay, so there's something about, you know, the political parties and having to vote that seems to be a major theme in this one. Okay, let's keep looking at it. We're not gonna make any commitments right now. Ooh, okay. The visual for wisdom is very, very cool with the umbilical cord on top and everything. Or is that a Eusophagus? Oh, it's the heart. It's a. Never mind. It's an aorta. Aorta. Yeah. Yeah. Biblically, yeah, it's a... I was like, it looks like a biblically accurate angel, but no, it's a heart. Yeah. Alright, let's look at wisdom. The large crumble upon their heavy forms, the mystical falter at the crucial point, the small rise to the occasion. Halfweed's poem. Wisdom measures your awareness, intuition, and ability to understand the world around you, to feel it. You may not know why, but meeting the gaze of another grants you an empathic bond with her. Her wants and fears, her dreams and hopes. Okay, the fact that it's her and not, you know, a more neutral them or something makes me really wonder what... Obviously, you know, again, you're thinking of Disco Elysium and it's like, oh, there's a mention of a woman. What's going on, right? Like, what's the deal here? Her wants and fears, her dreams and hopes. You can read people for good or bad. You can pick up details others would pass by. Also very appealing. I love that. Intelligence and wisdom. Always two skills that I really enjoy. Yeah, it is your belief in the heart of all folk. To give and share what you have. Be completely and utterly selfless. It is the only true road to redemption. Gods only know how hard you try. Okay, this is so interesting how some of these feel like they conflict with one another. Like, this seems to be very egotistical, right? And this one's supposedly selfless. What happens if you know, have both at a very high level? What kind of internal conflict does that lead to? I do like wisdom so far, just based on the lore. Wisdom might be my favorite. Higher wisdom lets you empower your spells. Be kind and see the good in all folk. Egalitarian hope of the Asgallian working class. Oh my god! Okay, it's the fucking... Of course it is. Of course the most appealing skill based on lore is the socialist one. There are no big bad evil guys. Okay, I don't know if I agree with that. The Asgallian working class. Interesting. Okay, there are no big bad evil guys. That's kind of an interesting one too. Pretty neutral build there, Swissman. Okay, listen. We haven't even started putting points in yet. Let's chill, okay? A high wisdom cleric votes for the Asgallian Workers' Party. Hates nothing except hierarchies. Okay, you know what? Embraces his feminine side. Follows his bleeding heart. Masters primal magic. Reads body language like a champ. Notices all details. I don't know about you guys, but it seems like wisdom's just, you know... I don't know. Wisdom's... A low wisdom cleric is an oblivious fool, sorry. Misreads cues all the time. Does not think about the lower class. Does not get people. Fails at spotting traps. He's not aware of where he is. Like, what's going on here? I'm so confused. Is that intentional? I don't know if that's a bug or if that's intentional, but if that's intentional, that is so funny. The fact that it just like sort of loses its own train of thought. I would assume it's intentional, right? In which case it is very funny. Oh, actually, there would be a way to know, right? Hold on. We're returning. We're gonna figure it out. One of these was smaller. Was not this one. It was Josephine. Okay, and then we lower as much as we can, and then we go back to the thing. Yep, no, it is very much. I mean, okay, it doesn't look like it changed the display here, so that means it's very intentional. Because it's not due to the font being, you know, too big or whatever. They designed it so that it would look this way. Very cool. That's funny. And this game, so far, there is a mastery of tone that is very appealing to me. I like it. You know how much I care about the tone of how, you know, the narrative and the game in general just sort of feels. Yeah, very good use of the medium there. Yeah, no, for sure. Okay, I do like wisdom. I'm not gonna lie. I do like wisdom so far. Let's look at charisma. Ooh, that's a sick fucking logo. Look at that. Very cool. Alright, let's look at the lore of charisma. Those who believe in democracy have a wonderful view of folk. They think them capable of making rational and informed decisions, devoid of personal bias and emotional conduct. It is, frankly, inspiring. It feels a little sarcastic, right? Like not sarcastic, condescending a little bit, right? To think them capable of making rational and informed decisions devoid of personal bias and emotional conduct, it's frankly inspiring. I mean, yeah. The more I learn and look at people, the more I agree with that. I'm not sure anyone should have the right to vote. Okay, no, that could be misconstrued. I do not believe in... I do not believe in totalitarianism. I don't know. We should have a right to vote, but we should make sure that the people who are voting are, you know, more educated about the decisions they make, I guess. Yeah, the subtext is very much naive fools, for sure. Everyone should vote specifically for me. Charisma measures your eloquence, confidence, and ability to navigate social situations of any kind. In short, it is the force of your unkempt personality, but they don't need to know that. Smooth talk your way into any position of your liking. You can be affiliated with any known faction or thoughts. Reality is molded around your will. Like a chameleon, you become a social operator. Become anything you need to make everyone finally love you. The finally here. It's interesting because the love you is in bold or capitals. The real word that's carrying the weight of this sentence is this one. This one implies a lot. There's a lot there in that one word. Yeah. Yeah. With high charisma, you get an automatic discount in select stores near you. Win every conversation. Say the right thing. Say whatever gets people to like you and become an apolitical force of nature. That is so funny. Be arguably sociopathic. Okay. I do think this is a very interesting link between those two things. Not the usual take on charisma, right? Charisma people, very sociable, very, you know, know how to navigate, and etc. Not very often that they're openly admitted, you know, like the game is like, yeah, no, those are sociopaths. they don't have like actual personal opinions. They just mold themselves to what they need to do, and they don't care about everyone's feelings. The difference between wisdom and charisma, right? A high charisma cleric votes for whatever makes him popular. Was socialized as a child. Oh, that's so funny. I love it so much. Knows what to say to win favors. Can actually flirt with somebody. Oh, that is so funny. Oh my god. Oh, brilliant. Loves to mind control people, sees the truth as a suggestion, has no soul. Okay. Low charisma cleric, isn't very likable, doesn't know how to act with people, fumbles the baddies. Yeah, that. I feel like my charisma should be pretty low, actually. Fierce conversations is like the opposite of a skilled orator. I don't know how to pronounce this one. Has no style. Well, okay, clearly, you know, there's some contradicting things here. I should be a medium charisma cleric if I'm trying to make myself in the game. Because I do feel like I do some of those things, but, you know. Taking baddies or baddies? I think it's baddies in the, you know, the Gen Z. I don't know if the capital matters here. If the baddies with a capital are even better, but high ability to flirt, but low ability to tell if someone's flirting with him is calling to me. All right. So that would be, what would that be, DJ? That would be low wisdom and high charisma, because you can't read people, you misread cues all the time, right? But you have high charisma. Yeah, exactly. High charisma, low wisdom. That's what I thought too. I haven't even started to think about where I want to put my points. Like, really, you know, I have obviously some inclinations already, but this is going to be very difficult. This is going to be very difficult. Not as difficult as Disco, though. There's less granularity and skills, right? Well, although in Disco, the second part of the character creation was worse. But in this case, it doesn't look like... Well, I mean, it doesn't say next or anything, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I'm not falling into the trap of underestimating the character creation again. All right, we have the background focuses to look at. The art is, I love it. I love this type of illustrations. I think it's so cool. Cronus the First, 6 PE. I don't know what that means. Punching bag. You're a farmer's son who grew up in the city. Of course you'd be an outcast. It took time, but eventually you figured out how to cope with it. Okay, so those are like proper backgrounds for your character. +2 constitution, +1 charisma. Okay. The Troll Killer. Belteni 14. Oh, is that maybe my birth date? Yeah, maybe so. They all seem to be around the same time. I don't know. If that's the year, and that's the, you know, the months. I don't know. Belteni 14, 7 PE, Troll Killer. You don't remember it, but you know well how your father died. Sometimes it motivated you. Sometimes it felt impossible to live up to. Was he fighting trolls? +3 strength, huh? Kiosk Kid. News in Norvik. Pest Control Guild Mimic Mishap. Apartment complex in shambles. That's the meme. Oh my god. Didn't look like normal furniture. Okay, so it seems like... Okay, I'm already seeing some things that are a pretty unique take on fantasy, which... To me, that's a plus already. What's up, Credo? I don't know what this is, but I see numbers, so it's a good game. Oh, you should have seen... Credo, you would love this. You should have seen the description of the skills. We'll have to go back over them for me to actually put points in them, so you'll... We'll see the descriptions again. You're gonna like it. Kiosk Kid, 22nd of Gorgoni, 10 PE. Your mom wasn't around a lot, so to keep you out of trouble, she forced you to get a post-school job. You still despise the smell of newspaper? So good. Fucking paperboy upbringing. Lovely. Which, interesting that this gives us dexterity, right? You can, like, sort of imagine that... Just, maybe you were good at using your hands because you were... You know, distributing newspaper, but maybe you also stole a little bit, or you were a little bit of a street urchin kind of deal. Yeah. 11 PE, the lore enthusiast. Interestingly, this one doesn't have a full date. Again, assuming those are dates, right? Spending time alone in the city, you often ended up at the Darowian Library. The strange history of yours? I'm not sure. Yours or yours? Yours sounds better, but Jor might be accurate. Jor's realm was a constant companion to you. The strange history of Jor's realm was a constant companion to you. I mean, it's gonna be hard for me to not pick this one, but we'll see. We'll see. The crowd pleaser. 11 PW, 12 PW, 13 P. Okay, so this can't be a date. I don't know what those are. Inevitably, you ended up with the wrong crowd. You quickly picked up on the slang and radical terminology, doing anything to get real friends. Charisma, of course. Little weirdo? You were a novelty to them, the boy who would do or say anything for their attention, for their approval. After 2 or so years, you got quite good at it. Okay. The Asgalist activist. Local rally stopped by fascist landlord? The manifesto, what we learned from the hedonists. I love that he has a portrait of himself in the back of his picture. Your friends soon introduced you to the rebellious belly of Norvik. As a teenager, you spent years spreading chaos and worse, dwarf propaganda? Hold on. What's worse about it? Yo, what's up, Jamrock Hobo? The first time I don't miss the start of a new game? Hell yeah. Man, it's just reading the descriptions, I'm already in it. I mean, just reading the menu. The options with like the dialogue for you to test your, you know, fonts and all that. That was already brilliant. Love it. Yeah, happy to have you around. I hope you've been doing well. Oh, Warren, thank you for gifting a tier 2 sub to Jamrock Hobo. Appreciate it. Thank you so very much, Warren. Very generous. 835 total. And, well, Hobo, happy to have you again. Enjoy your ad-free experience. You will certainly be remembered. Yeah. Yeah, the game was on my radar before it came out because, you know, I guess my algorithm feeds me all the, hey, there's this disco like that you might be interested in. And then I saw your tweet, I'm pretty sure, about it when the game came out, and you were vouching for the game, which to me was all I needed to know for me to make the decision to play it on stream eventually. So here we are. Glad to nudge you in the right direction. Certainly did, sir. Certainly did. All right. I like this idea of being an activist. I'm not sure what the dwarf propaganda thing is about, but I'm sure we'll find out. Earthguard recruit. Ingarmi 3rd, 17 PE. After your arrest, there wasn't much arguing about it. 3 grueling years in training, drilled on the city code and virtues, but you survived. So we got arrested. That's an interesting sort of passing comment. Makes you wonder what for. And then we got recruited to be part of the guards of the realm, I guess. Or the, yeah, I don't know if Earth is the kingdom, maybe. Norvik seems to be the city or state we're in. Oh, wait. Or it's the other way around, maybe, because it says the city code. So Earth might be the city and Norvik's the realm? I don't know. It's one or the other. Yeah. One friend. You really only ever prayed for that one thing during those lonely years, but the gods did not answer. So you'll learn to manage as always. Wow! Okay, that's... Dang, this one's a really, really interesting one, isn't it? Very minimalistic, doesn't say a lot in words, but says a lot in subtext, right? Interesting that dexterity... Okay, hold on. There's no way that's the implication, right? Come on. It cannot be. Why would you get 2 dexterity out of this? Listen! This is so crazy if that's the case. It says friend, not partner. Yeah, but the logo is a heart with a sort of protective shell around it. So, you know. I mean, sure, Friar, but, you know, looks out for himself, etc., etc. Still makes you wonder, right? What the subtext and implications could be. Listen, the writer of this game is clearly clever enough to have thought about it in more ways than one. So, who knows? Got to mention, I really like the new thumbnails on the Mass Effect VODs. Yeah, that's Wern's decisions and work. And I do agree that they're really good. I'm a big fan. My first instinct, it was very funny because when I saw what Wern was doing, immediately I was like, oh, it reminds me of how I used to do my old VODs way back in the day. Back in the old TV days, you know, like before I was even on Twitch, back in like 2012 or something. Because the VOD system on that website was completely different. You had to update a thumbnail yourself, otherwise it would be just a blank thing. And I would do the same. I would take a screenshot from one of, you know, moments of the game and I would put a title on it. So when Warren did that, I was like, this is exactly my vibe. You know, this is, I'm feeling very good about it. Not, you know, doesn't disturb me or anything. As you've seen also today, we're trying new title conventions, trying to hit the niche a little more precisely, right? Of the kind of stream this is. So yeah, I'm changing a few things incrementally and seeing how it goes and if it does us any good. Native Baptist, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you and welcome in. Welcome in. That's a quick prime. I hope you've been having a good day so far. We love incremental change. We do. Or do you mean quick primes? We do love quick primes as well. We love everything around here. Wait, isn't there a stat for we love everything? Hates nothing. Yeah, high wisdom. I'm telling you, wisdom's for me. Wisdom is the one stat for me. I do like this one. This one's very intriguing. I'm very intrigued by the one friend. Alright, let's go Acolyte. Let's see. Your knack for scribing got you a promotion to the clerical duties. Picked out of the ranks, you quickly showed deep devotion to your divine city. Okay. So very religious, heavy sort of background. Which strengths, interestingly, in this game is very associated to the religious. What an interesting combination. Right? Typically, you don't associate strength with religion, it feels like, in role-playing games, right? In this one, straight up direct link. Halfway through the disco VODs. Nice, Baptist, nice. I'm glad you're enjoying them. It is quite a ride indeed, yeah. And we seem to be about to start a game that it might be scratching that itch a little bit. Yeah. The Tower Apprentice. Joining the Towers is an honor bestowed upon few. It is also a terrible challenge, even for you. Who would have thought lectures were so draining? Yeah, who would have thought? The Towers. Assuming there's a link between that and so-called wizards, right? Wizards learn to be wizards at the tower. Makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's certainly some of them that you can tell that they fit well with one another, but it could also be interesting to get conflicting ones. We'll see, we'll see. Arcane Prodigy. For the first time in your life, you were a natural. Always known a few cantrips, but real magic was something else. It was power. And again, the association between some of the intellectual aspects and strength. It's so interesting. Yeah. Palace Pawn. As a rising talent, you often found yourself midst the politicking of superiors despite your best efforts. It never ended well for you. Very interesting illustration as well. Never ended well for us, huh? Getting into the politicking. Charisma and strength. The Faithful Harbinger. Okay, this... I still don't know. Those feel like dates, but I don't know what they refer to because some of them... they're all so unique and strange. Obviously, I don't have any frame of reference. And then this one's a bunch of question marks. There is something wrong. Praying to a dead god whose whispers linger in the air, slowly fading. You are isolated among your peers. Okay, now I'm getting like almost... I'm almost getting like Lovecraftian vibes from this, you know, like the Eldritch gods or whatever. Which... I don't hate that idea. Again, goes with the talks with the spirits in the walls, right? Yeah. Yeah, there's something wrong is a killer line. I love it. Esoteric Expert. You spent most nights seeking esoterical insight. A lonely life. Your findings were unwanted by those in charge, yet you did not stop. Never. Aw. Nobody wanted to know what we were what we were searching for. That's sad. We're very resilient, and we have a good amount of wisdom. There's so many of these. Holy fuck. Revolutionary Scribe. Disillusionment. Oh, okay, this one's straight up March. That's so funny. All of them have weird names, and then there's March just in the middle of them, you know. What did March ever do to deserve this? I don't know. A city with ideals not upheld. One day you choose a side. You chose a side. The emerging democracy. You wrote day and night for change and glory. That's cool. I like it. What are those? I don't presume this is gold or anything, even though it's golden. I'm assuming it's drugs. The way I'm looking at this is like, yeah, it's drugs. Because if someone is writing day and night, they probably need drugs. I don't know. It could be gold. I'm not sure what this is, but... Oh, ink, maybe. Some kind of ink material. Because this isn't like an inking pot, I'm pretty sure, right? But, yeah, I don't know. Maybe a golden sort of pigment. What am I saying to you? I do not take drugs, personally. But I don't write day and night. The late night cheese cash, yeah. No, I've never written under the influence of anything. I don't think it would be very good for me. The abject apostate. No one likes you when you were demoted for dereliction. No one spoke up against it, but it's fine. You'll be fine. After all, you're used to it. Dereliction. Okay, I need to seek a proper, like, clean definition of this. The conscious or willful neglect of a responsibility or abandoning something. Okay, so abandoning my duty or something to that effect. Okay. That makes sense. That was what I thought it was, you know, like dereliction. What would be the... I was thinking of a synonym, which was desertion or whatever, but yeah, it makes sense. I had to look it up just to make sure. Miss Pookums, good to see you. How are you doing today? I'm doing great. Starting a new game that seems to be right up my alley. Tons of delicious writing in there. A dead cleric. Growing up alone, getting into trouble, training with the Earth Guard, devoting your life and becoming a cleric. Was it always supposed to end in the river? Whoa, that one's sick. There's a lot of implications there, right? Were we thrown in the river, or did we, you know, did we intentionally throw ourselves in the river? Free wisdom. This one's interesting. I like it. That was the last one. Okay. Oh boy. All right. I don't even know where to begin. You get better at flirting by growing up alone? No, that was flirting was charisma. You can actually flirt with some baddies. Charisma has nothing to do with wisdom. Wisdom allows you to read people very well. But you might not necessarily be good at interacting with them. You just notice and understand them. Yeah. So many choices, for sure, for sure. I'm gonna look at the pre-built again, just for the sake of, like, now noticing a little more what they're about. Okay, so strength and wisdom. The primal cleric, what is the nature of a man? The trickster cleric, don't keep your fingers to yourself. Charisma and dex, makes sense. Scholar cleric, a loner, a thinker, a man of ideas. Yeah. That feels very much... Beefy cleric, more apples, apple boy. Interesting that the beefy cleric doesn't have more strength. Unstable cleric, they should bow before your ego. The pure individualistic stats. Love it. Alright, obviously I'm not going to take a pre-build, but now that I understand the stats better, I'm going to look at them. Alright, well, how do I even start? I don't know, like, do I pick a background first? And that sort of informs my character? Maybe? I do like the lore enthusiast. I think that one, you know, works pretty well for me. I do like this one. I'm not sure about the dwarf propaganda thing, so maybe I'm holding off just for that. The one friend is really intriguing. I think it's really intriguing. This one obviously is super mysterious. I love it. And yeah, this one seems pretty sick too. The dead cleric. I legitimately don't know. I'm like, I have no clue where to even start. This might be one of the most, I wouldn't say overwhelmed, but aimless I've ever felt in a character creation screen, because everything looks interesting and cool. Yeah, you want to do everything, but I don't think getting, how many points do we have? How high can we go? 18? No. 15. And then you can get some proficiency. Is 15 really? Hold on. If I start with a higher one. Oh. Ah, I see. Okay, so 15 and then the background and then the proficiencies. Yeah, no, I mean, I think I'm pretty sure I felt the same thing in Disco. Like, I think it took me a while to decide which ones I wanted. So this is going to be very similar to that. Let's see, if I put an average on everyone. We are left with 3 extras, and then we have the stats here. Like that's like 10 everywhere, and then we have 3 more, and then the background, and then the proficiency. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna go average. I just wanted to see what sort of the average baseline was, which seems to be about 10. What's up, Anubis? Yeah. I legitimately don't know where to start. Should I start by choosing where I put my proficiencies? Like, what are gonna be my... I think wisdom's a given. I feel like wisdom is... If there's gonna be, like, one that I'm definitely gonna put points in, it's gonna be wisdom. Egg, thank you for the resub. Tier 1, 2 months. Appreciate you, Egg. Expert Egg, you will be remembered. Yeah, I think wisdom's a given. Measures your awareness, intuition, ability to understand the world around you, to feel it. You may not know why, but meeting the gaze of another grants you an empathic bond with her. for wants and fears, for dreams and hopes. You can read people for good or bad, pick up details others would pass by. It is your belief in the heart of all folk to give and share what you have and be completely and utterly selfless. It is the only true road to redemption. Gods only know how hard you try. Egalitarian hope for the Asgalian working class. Let's go! Be kind and see the good in all folk. Higher wisdom lets you empower your spells. There are no big bad evil guys. That seems great for a, you know, a master of fence-sitting like myself. I feel like, yeah. Hates nothing except hierarchies. Embraces his feminine side, follows his bleeding heart, masters primal magic, reads body language like a champ, notices all details. Yeah. Wisdom. Yeah, there is no way I'm not picking wisdom. In fact, I'm pretty sure I can immediately like dump all the points that I can in there. Wisdom's gonna be our guaranteed maxed out skill. And we're most likely gonna pick a background focus that also contributes to wisdom at least a little bit. Which means lore enthusiast, Asgalist activists, old friend. It's all the ones that I'm actually interested in. It's so funny. Okay, this one doesn't. The Faithful Harbinger. Which is the only one that doesn't contribute to wisdom. But yeah, it very much feels like wisdom's the one for us. I could go completely hard and pick Dead Cleric. Like, really get the highest wisdom stat possible. Right? That'd be an interesting take. And I do think this one's really interesting, the Dead Cleric one. I do think it's one of the most intriguing ones. I am very intrigued by this one, though. But... This one, too. Man. This one is really cool. The gods did not answer. Oh, hold on. I'm noticing something. So the +1 here also applies to the proficiency. Or is the proficiency... Because the proficiency is a separate number. Right? Like, +5 doesn't change the sort of base number. But if I pick Dead Cleric, it adds to that number even further. On top of boosting this one. Okay. So there's a compounding effect to your background, it appears. Okay. Yeah, you know what? So far I'm gonna put on Dead Cleric because I think it's also, it feels like a good blank slate-ish. The Dead Cleric. It implies less things. It's like you did a lot of things. I mean, you grew up alone, got into trouble. You did a few things, devoting your life to becoming a cleric, which is seems to be like whatever you do, you are a cleric. That's your starting point of the game. And then there's this very interesting sort of note there. Was it always supposed to end in the river? I don't know. It seems like an interesting, almost Planescape Torment-esque, you know? Starting vibe with you being just, no matter what happened, you're dead. That's it. That's what you are. No, Cleric is, you don't pick it. That's who you are, it seems. All the games based around that, right? You are the Cleric. And then you can see, like, you know, that's the character, is the Cleric. Yeah. That is not something you pick. The only diversion to that is when you look at intelligence. It mentions the wizard, which is also you. You want to be a wizard. I don't know if it's like ranks, maybe like wizards or clerics that have reached a higher status, or if it's a completely different thing. Like the wizard could be, I don't know, like the equivalent of a high political role, that you can be a cleric and a wizard at the same time. Like you could be a knight and a king or something. I don't know, right? I'm not sure exactly. Obviously, I don't know the lore. Just presuming based on what I'm reading here. But yeah, I think this is a good starting point. We might make a few changes, but this is a good starting point. Now, where do I put the rest of my points? I do feel like I want some form of intelligence. Because I don't want to be ignorant and confident. We don't want to do that. Oh no. That's yeah. I do want some charisma, I think. I want to be able to flirt with some baddies. I don't want to fumble the baddies anymore. Come on. But I also do want constitution. I want to talk to the spirits in the walls. God damn it, everything is interesting. I did a Therma, but that's not me. That's the game. A high charisma cleric can actually flirt with some baddies. Not my words. Mr. Beauregard's words, the writer of this game. Yeah. I want to flirt with the bad spirits in the walls, yeah. If there's a dead woman in my walls, I want to be able to talk to her, okay? That's... Okay, don't clip that. That came out wrong. Listen, it's the game, it's not me. Probably in your best interest to be in good terms with whatever's haunting you. Yes, exactly. That's what I meant. I maxed my constitution charisma so I could raise up the dead woman in my walls. That's what the game's saying. You know? Would you want to be a low constitution cleric? And have no special connection with your walls? Couldn't be me. So, okay. Based on that, I feel like I want at least 10 constitution. I want at least 10 charisma. And I would like at least 10 intelligence. This gives us very few points to spare when it comes to strength and dexterity, which I always end up there. I always end up here. Strength and dex. Always the poor, the starving stats when I make a new character. I don't want to be slow mentally, although I mean I guess it could be understood in the idea that I'm not very fast at making decisions. Not necessarily that I'm not smart, because obviously my intelligence is fine, right? But I'm just, you know, it takes me too long to make decisions. So I guess that fits. I guess low dexterity works for me. And low strength, yeah, no problem. Is afraid of women. Okay, hold on. How am I supposed to flirt with the baddies while being afraid of them? Although, I guess that makes a lot of sense. If you really think about it, that actually makes a lot of sense. Mark me down as scared and horny. What's up, Timmy? How are you doing today? Don't hurt me because I can take you to dinner, maybe. Michael Cera and Scott Pilgrim. Yeah, that's the build. That's the build right there. Yeah, I don't care about strength. Like, also the strength, you know, aesthetic nationalism being a big part of strength. I'm like, well, I think I'm okay. I don't need my manhood to be particularly big. I have to wonder if this is figurative and literal. Do I have a bigger dick if my strength is higher, is what I mean. I'm wondering, like, Love's quest doesn't care about quests. That part's interesting. I wonder what it's gonna mean. God, everything in this game's too interesting. How do you just... I don't have enough points to make everything average and one standout stat, which I don't think would be the way to go in the first place anyway. I do typically like sort of min-maxing, well, not min-maxing, but having like very, you know, a very like focused build. I think tends to be very interesting. Spiky stats, yeah, I think it usually makes for a more fun adventure. But dun, 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 dun. A high charisma cleric has no soul. That's apolitical force of nature, win every conversation, saying the right thing, discounts in stores, and sociopathic. Okay. I don't know, maybe charisma. Maybe charisma could be... Maybe, I don't know, maybe we do fumble the baddies. In fact. Maybe we're both afraid of women and we fumble the baddies. That could be funny. That would make for a fun character, I think. Isn't very likable. Doesn't know how to act with people. So I'm gonna be perfect at reading people, but I will have no clue how to actually put that to use. That's gonna be fun. What is the one that has wisdom and charisma? Oh, the activist, yeah. The music is great though. Pretty discreet, you know, outside of the first few times it played on the main menu. I'm sort of been in the background, but I do like it very much. That solo is a banger. I wonder if the guy, because I know it's a one-man project overall, but the art was done by a different person. I know that much. I wonder if the music also was outsourced if it's the guy himself who composed it. Oh, that's true, Costa. It does sound a lot like Risk of Rain. I didn't think about it until you mentioned it. But that's what it reminded me of. Very true. Yeah. So I could also split my points a little bit more and not go like full hard on the Dead Cleric with Wisdom, right? And just split my points a little bit more. Maybe. Like if there's, you know, say I'm interested in Constitution and Charisma. What is Constitution and Charisma? Oh, purple and, yeah, Punching Bag. No. I mean, it's not a bad, you know, farmer's son who grew up in the city. I can relate with that. But yeah, that could be a good way to sort of have more stats being a little bit higher. And the one friend is so interesting though, because it's so mysterious. You really ever only prayed for that one thing during those lonely years, but the gods did not answer, so you learned to manage as always. I don't know if I want to invest in dexterity or not. Acts first in every encounter, avoids trouble before it brews, always has a witty reply, looks out for himself, takes big risks, and wins every time. Dashing rogue, steal everything, become rich as a Republican revolutionary. I don't know. This is gonna take forever, by the way. I'm sorry, guys. If there's another menu after this with like specific stuff to pick, we're gonna be here forever. Cannot wait to open my window. It's extremely warm in here. This one is so intriguing too, though. Yeah, same here, Macron. Yeah, it's already very warm and it's not getting better. It's getting worse throughout the week. The nights are still manageable right now, but after today, it's over. Even the nights are gonna be warm, so yep, we're gonna be fucked. Yeah, I think that's gonna be our approach. We're gonna be rooting for the Workers' Party. We're gonna be a socialist through and through. We're gonna read. We're gonna see all the details. We're gonna be very good at noticing things. I think Constitution being average is probably good. Okay, let me reset everything that's not wisdom for now. I think my next choice has to be which proficiency I want as a secondary. Man, charisma is really appealing to me. One thing that I'm noticing, and I need to ignore it for now, is that politically speaking, those skills are at odds with one another, right? Like, obviously, egalitarian hope for the Asgalian working class doesn't fit with voting for yourself or being an apolitical force of nature. So I need to not think about the political implications too much before we get into the game and I see what actually happens there, right? I do think, man, that, you know, the esoteric connection, talking with the spirits in the walls, that sort of reminds me of a mix between Shiver and... what was the other one? Inland Empire in Disco, right? Was it Inland Empire? Was that the name of that skill? I think... yeah. That's sort of what that evokes to me, right? The idea of being connected with the supernatural or whatever. Esoteric connection. That makes me want to dump points in Constitution, which is pretty... I typically don't go for like high hit points sort of thing, but this is so much more than that, right? Listening to your gut. I like that idea, right? Like trusting your gut. Noticing everything and then trusting your gut your intuition. That's me. That's very much me in real life a little bit, I think. So I think we might be going for Constitution and Wisdom primaries, proficiencies. Which again, which one is the one that mixes both? It's the Esoteric Expert. You spent most nights seeking esoterical insight, a lonely life. Your findings were unwanted by those in charge, yet you did not stop, never. Yeah, I relate with that. I do relate with that. There's something wrong, praying to a dead god whose whispers linger in the air, slowly fading. Oh god, this is so tempting too. What a cool one. I mean, there is an argument for the one friend going with dexterity as like a third-ish, you know, a tertiary skill. That idea of we had to fend for ourselves. We don't necessarily want to be lonely, but we knew how to deal with it, which works well with the sort of the idea of we notice everything, but we're not really good at talking to people. I think there's an interesting... So what if if I dump as many points as I can in here, how much do I have left? I would like some intelligence, maybe. His barely sentient is crazy. I don't want to do that. I don't mind having low charisma. That's fine. Oh man, everything is so good. I don't know what to do. Maybe I need to not necessarily full max everything. Maybe I need to... I think I'm gonna have to, yeah, I'm gonna have to ignore, I don't think I'm gonna go one friend. I'm gonna have to ignore dexterity. We don't have enough points. It is what it is. Yeah, I see the appeal for sure. That's my second playthrough of Disco Elysium. When that happens on stream, is going to be the reverse of my first. My first playthrough was 1155. So like full. I don't remember exactly how they're called, but like full intel and spirit or whatever it was called. Yeah. And the second playthrough will be 5511. I'm going for the absolute reverse. We're gonna take all the drugs. We're gonna, you know, we're gonna do all the crazy shit we didn't do in the first one, for sure. That's gonna be the plan. Yeah, it's gonna be beautiful. Roundhouse kick everyone, yeah. So maybe we abandon the idea of one friend. Maybe we go back to... either Esoteric Expert... or again, just go for Dead Cleric. I like Dead Cleric. I think it's such an intriguing start. Sad sentences of our time. Maybe we abandon the idea of one friend. Yeah. Political affiliation of the second D playthrough. I don't know. I'm definitely gonna take some interest in fascism, just for the sake of the unhinged vibe, but who knows what we'll end up with. I don't try to make too many plans, because believe it or not, after 3 years, I've forgotten a lot about disco. So please don't remind me too much about it too. A lot of like the minutia of everything is just sort of disappeared, you know. How did I deal with Measurehead? I'm not even sure. I knew at first I wanted to reason with him, and that didn't work out so well. I don't know. I legitimately don't remember. I think I ended up dealing with other people and sort of like circumventing him. Yeah, you can watch my playthrough. It's all there, recorded for posterity. He's already dead. That very much fits with the dead cleric, right? I think there's something here where we're starting to build. I have a lot of control of my bodily functions, that's for sure. And I have a very special connection with the walls. I think this is a good start. I don't want to be an idiot. I don't care too much about being low charisma. Although it would be nice to be good at conversations, but... Okay, what if I do something like... You know, average charisma, average intelligence. And then maybe slightly above average. Ooh, finish. There you go. It appears when you put all the points in. Oh, I see. Okay, that's the modifier. That's your level, and that's your modifier on rows, I'm expecting. Ah. So, as soon as you go to 9 or 8 doesn't make a huge difference. Right. This is +5, +6. Yeah, 14 or 15's roughly... Okay, so I could go 14 con. And actually get 2 points in intel, so that intel's slightly stronger. My charisma's average. Sometimes I'm able to flirt with the baddies in my walls. Sometimes I fumble them. That feels very relatable. I'm okay with that. I'm very okay with that. Because, like, I'm not the opposite of a skilled orator, you know, I can talk myself out of situations and into situations, but not always, you know, sometimes I do put my foot in my mouth a little bit. Because I'm a bit awkward in ways. Yeah, and being slightly above average intelligence, I think I like the idea of it. Because I don't want to be ignorant and confident. I don't want to be barely sentient. I do want to solve mysteries, right? Like that feels like relatable for me. The question is, would I lower wisdom a little bit to push intelligence slightly more? I could see myself do that as well. Because the mystery solving is interesting. So we're completely ignoring strength and dex, huh? What does that mean for us? We're a weak, sniveling rat. We bow down to anyone stronger. We can't handle the banter. I don't relate with that, but I'll take it. Gives up when the going gets tough. Is afraid of women. And I don't care about quests. Well, So much for that, I guess. Takes big risks and fails every time. Doesn't notice anything in time. Well, that's not true. Well, okay, we notice things, but too late. Okay, that's kind of clever. Stumbles over his own feet, drops the ball figuratively and literally, is slow mentally and physically, is dirt poor, very embarrassing. I'm okay with those things. I'll deal with it. I don't want to average everything out. It just feels weird to have everything be average. I'm a character who seems to be a little more connected with the intellectual and maybe supernatural world than he is with people, even though he notices everything. He's not really good at interacting with it. Pretty average, right? But he can pretend a little bit. He has a mask, you know, that he can put on and pretend that he's more sociable than he is, but it's just because it's hiding his fears and his indecision, right? Ooh, I like where this is going. I like this sort of, we're starting to feel the character. We're starting to feel the character. It's rounding out nicely. He's not slow because he's stupid. He's slow because he's full of indecision. He notices too much, which makes him indecisive. I like that. Should I reverse con and intel, or am I happy with that? I mean, I can always go like this, spin them out, but I do like Constitution. The fucking spirits in the wall got me. Like I'm seduced. Very intuitive, very instinctive person, very perceptive person. I could see myself, now that I think about it, I could see myself averaging out my intelligence, you know? Just average intelligence. And pumping charisma a little bit. Instead being someone who's really good at masking. But I'm just smart enough not to be ignorant, right? I think this feels better. I think this is pretty good. Am I happy with Dead Cleric? I mean, okay. Looking at it, one friend could actually fit really well here. just thematically with, you know, loneliness, but you learn to manage by, you know, obviously you're someone who's very perceptive and resilient and lonely. And by having to learn to manage, you're a little, you know, it makes you a little quicker, you know, a little maybe more able to navigate. And now no two stats are the same, which is also interesting, yeah, in one way. We really have a hierarchy in the stats, while still being like very strong on like the main ones, and then I don't hate that. That's actually pretty cool. And I do like the one friend background. It's very intriguing, immediately very intriguing. It feels like it rounds out the character thematically a bit better than the Dead Cleric, which is more of a, feels like a blank slate maybe. What's up, Naz? I see we have made major progress. That we have. Hey, we have the finish button, which wasn't there earlier, because if you don't spend all your points, it disappears. So we've made some progress, yeah. Okay, I could see like the fact that dexterity is +2. It gives you that you know it makes the skill considerably better. Instead of being 6 minus 2, it's 8 minus 1, right? Like 7 versus 4, so very different dexterity. I do like the idea of not being too, you know, slow and sluggish, I guess. I don't care about the strength. The individualistic nature of dexterity, also like thematically pretty good. So yeah, one friend is winning point right now. One friend is winning points. I mean, that cleric was, it's really like wisdom maxing, right? Like we, pretty much every wisdom check in the game, I'm assuming that's doable, we would be able to do. That's 24 total if we add the points, right? As opposed to 21, which is still very good. Yeah, I do think thematically, I think one friend's more interesting. It seems just more interesting than... Honestly, Faithful Harbinger might be the most interesting of all the backgrounds. But it also feels too... almost too mysterious for its own good. For a first playthrough, right? Like, I'm not sure what I'm signing up for. Which... it does seem to have a little bit of that, what do you call that, like eldritch gods, cosmic horror almost-esque angle to it. Which, you know, I very much like, but yeah. This one really, I like it just because of like the weight of it. Growing up alone, getting into trouble, training with the Earth Guard, devoting your life and becoming a cleric. Was it always supposed to end in the river? Like, what a banger of an introduction. Right? Very dark. I like it. This one maybe is a little bit more hopeful in a way. It's very sad too, which I like. You know, I like the sadness of this one. One friend, you really ever only prayed for that one thing during those lonely years, but the gods did not answer. You learn to manage, as always. But there's a little bit of hopefulness to it, right? A little less bleak than Dead Cleric. Yeah, I mean, obviously, the assumption is that it's love, right? That one thing is, you know, the one friend, the one person for you, right? The one soulmate or whatever you want to call it. But you had to manage by yourself, which is probably why you have points of dexterity. You got very agile with your hands, you know? Yeah. And also it works well, the one friend works well with the wisdom thing. Because if we read that again, measures your awareness, intuition, and ability to understand the world around you, to feel it. You might not know why, but meeting the gaze of another grants you an empathic bond with her wants and fears, her dreams and hopes. There's something about this that to me is super intriguing, right? It almost, obviously I'm reading into the subtext too much and I'm probably wrong there, but there's almost an interpretation here that is another. It's not just any person out there. This is not a hypothetical. This is something that happened. Meeting the gaze of another grants you an empathic bond with her. You're thinking of someone precise that you've created a bond with, right, in the past. It almost feels like that's the implication there. Like if I'm looking at the subtext, which I think is very intriguing and obviously works well with the one friend background. Yeah, I think I'm liking it. I think I'm sold on the character. I'm feeling very close to being ready to click finish. Sundown enough for me to open the window because I'm dying over here. I would love to open the window before we actually begin the game. What's up, Fear the Dawn? Aesthetic nationalism. I already, if I'm going with this, I already want to do a second playthrough because I want to know what massive manhood and aesthetic nationalism and religious fervor will look like. I don't even know what the game looks like, but I already want to know what this looks like. I want a bigger manhood. I am afraid of women, though. That's one thing. Maybe because we've been hurt before. Strength is the best art. I like it. I think it's really cool. This one's great. Constitution, I think, is awesome. Intelligence is great. I think my favorite, though... Wisdom's fantastic. I like the idea of Archangel. Charisma might be my favorite. I think charisma wins for me. Look at this. Hold on. I'm going to remove a point so this goes away. Yeah, look at this. Yeah, charisma for me is the best looking art. The idea of the mask opening, like it's a mask split in half that hides your true nature. Love it. I absolutely love the aesthetic of that skill. But yeah, so far this game, it knows what it's doing. It knows what it is. Like, that's what, to me, you know, oozes from the character creation the most is that the game understands what it is. That game does not have an identity crisis. Based on the character creation, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that game knows what it's doing. It's not going to be one of those games where I'm going to be like, oh, weird, the tone's kind of all over the place. It's like the game doesn't really know what it's trying to do. I could be wrong, of course, you never know, right? But everything in that character creation screams vision, right? Someone knew exactly what they were going for with this. Think, plan, and execute an actual plan. Complete the magocratic return. Vote for yourself. The fact that this is a V, almost like, you know, a metal aesthetic, it's kind of cool. I also, again, the temptation of doing a high strength, low intel playthrough is so tempting. Aesthetic nationalism, big manhood, both ignorant and confident, makes up tidbits to seem smart. It's a dumb brood, but it's also more than that, right? Like there's something, like there's an added layer there. We could call it the orange build. Although the actual orange build would probably be low strength, low intel. High strength, high intel, vote for yourself and be a nationalist. Yeah, I like that. That's the Führer build, right? High strength, high intelligence. God, those little graphics are so cool too. Like, such a cool aesthetic in this game. What is that? FT? Free Striders? Free Striders something? Maybe? I don't know. FT. Yeah. I'm intrigued. Yo, Kinetic Ghost, thank you for the raid. Appreciate you. How are you doing today? What was your game of choice on this beautiful Sunday? You were playing Tomb Raider yesterday or the other day. Are you still doing that? Tomb Raider 3, nice, nice, hell yeah. Yeah, welcome in everyone who came in from KG's raid. My name's Daniel, you can call me Daniel. And I'm currently starting a first playthrough of Esoteric Ebb, which, if you know of a little gem called Disco Elysium, is a game very openly inspired by Disco Elysium, so it promises to be very intriguing. So far, we've only done character creation, I haven't finished yet, and it's already been incredible. The writing has been magnificent, just reading the skills and what they do. Just a good example of it. A low intelligence cleric is both ignorant and confident. Oh no. That one's one of my favorites. Oh, also charisma. If you have a high charisma, you can actually flirt with some baddies. If you have low charisma, you fumble the baddies. Very relatable for many of us, I'm sure. And if you have low constitution, you have no special connection with the walls, whatever that means. But yeah, very good game already, just based on that. I'm a fan of, you know, good descriptions. Anyway, I was trying to convince myself that I was ready with character creation. What's up, Mursky? Good old Dunning-Kruger. Kruger, yeah. Ignorant and confident. Also, high strength increases my manhood. We love a big manhood. And low strength is afraid of women. Yeah, this is as you can see, this game is very unique in the way it does skills, which is always a good thing for an RPG that's trying to be a bit unique. Yeah, we're also gushing over the art, like all these little artworks and the actual like logos for the skills. Like, look at how amazing this is. Charisma with the mask opening, your true natures being revealed. How beautiful is that? Anyway, I think I'm set. I think my character's set. The background is gonna be one friend. You really only ever prayed for that one thing during those lonely years, but the gods did not answer. So you learn to manage as always. We are very high wisdom. We can read people for good and bad, pick up details others would pass by. Meeting the gaze of another grants you an empathic bond with her and her wants and fears and her dreams and hopes. It's so intriguing, I love it. And apparently we're rooting for the Asgalian Workers' Party, which, you know, I like that. We embrace our feminine side, and I like that too. Constitution is our secondary skill. Control your body and its esoteric connection. I'm very interested in that. Talk with the spirits in the walls. I don't know what that means, but I'm very intrigued. He's already dead. That's also an interesting one. Like, we've suffered so much. We're just... Yeah, I'm already dead. You can't kill me. I've been through everything. And then a little bit of intelligence, average charisma, slightly above average intelligence, average charisma, and then somewhat below average dexterity and very low strength. So we are afraid of women. Yeah. But being alone helped us a little bit to fend for ourselves, hence the somewhat average dexterity. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about this. Those walls could talk. I think it's obviously that sort of the inspiration of the idea, but I think it's also something like actually supernatural. The joke we made earlier was if you're high charisma and constitution, you're able to flirt with the dead women in your walls. It's just very dark. But that's the joke we sort of landed on earlier. Well, I landed on. I'm taking responsibility for that one because I don't want anyone to have to. It's very dark and all that. But also the reason why I think there's actually a supernatural aspect is because one of the backgrounds is Faithful Harbinger, which is very constitution focused, right? There's something wrong. Praying to a dead god whose whispers linger in the air, slowly fading. You are isolated amongst your peers. There's something almost like cosmic horror-esque to that one. So I do feel like the spirits in the walls is not just a metaphor in this case. We'll see. Also, I don't know if you've played Disco Elysium, Kinetic Ghost. If you haven't, you should. But it reminds me of some of the skills in Disco Elysium, which are your connection to the city. There's like a skill that sort of, you feel the city around you as if it's a character, and it is, you know, like it is an actual character that talks to you, and it's such a wonderful... Oh man, what a game. Disco Elysium, unbeatable. Best game forever and ever. Yeah, what a game. This one does a good job at, you know, scratching the itch so far, just based on those descriptions. What's up, Malachaz? So we'll see how it feels once we actually get in there. Which we're about to. But first, I would like to open my window. I think it's time. I think it's dark enough outside that I can open my window without breaking the immersion. So let me go check that. I'll be back in a second, and then we will click finish. And hopefully that leads us into the game. Hopefully there's not another menu with 15 skills to sift through. We'll see. I'll be right back. All right. Thank you for your patience, everybody. The only plus side of how incredibly insanely warm it's been is that I don't think the mosquitoes... I think the mosquitoes are not coming out yet. We'll see. I haven't seen mosquitoes this year yet. But yeah, so you're wrapping up Tomb Raider. If you're still around, Kinetic Ghost, you're wrapping up Tomb Raider tomorrow. What's next for you? What is your next plan? Let me know. I rarely get the opportunity to watch your stream, unfortunately, because you're starting a little bit earlier than I do, and I usually wake up for my stream, so yeah. I don't get the chance to watch you too often except on weekends. I am always happy to lurk when the weekend comes around. Trying to kill one right now. Mosquitoes? Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen one yet, but let's hope for the best. I've seen flies a little bit. Yeah, no mosquitoes. I'm sure it'll happen soon enough. And like now I'm looking at the net on my window and I'm waiting to see the shadow of a mosquito. Alright, I think we're ready, guys. I think I'm ready to get in there. I am nervous. I'm both excited and nervous because I don't know what to expect. Yeah. Are we? Okay, I'm worried about doing one thing. I want to look at the pre-built and see which one's closer to ours. But I'm hoping it doesn't shift all my skills around. Maybe I should take a screenshot. Hey, you know what? It doesn't matter, actually. We are our own person. Thank you, Dundee, but it's fine. It's fine. I'm my own person. I'm okay with that. I thought I wanted to see, but now I don't want to. I don't want my brain to be attached with a pre-existing cleric. I want to be me. I do like that every one of our skills is different. I think that's really cool. It's unintentional, really, but I like it. Who's gonna play those numbers at the lottery? Maybe I should do that. Maybe I should play those numbers at the lottery, see if it does anything. Yeah, the music is amazing. And we've only heard one track. Alright, I'm gonna click finish. I'm nervous. Do you ever think about the fact that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 has just as much chance of winning the lottery as any other combination of numbers? And think of how likely it is that the numbers come out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then when you realize that, it sort of highlights how unlikely it is to winning with any numbers. It, like, if you think about, like, oh yeah, the lottery, you know, whatever, everyone's got a chance, right? And then you really think about, like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and it's like, how are the what are the chances of that happening? It really highlights it. Yeah. I love thinking about that sometimes. One of the many reasons why I don't play the lottery. I mean, either my grandmother used to play the lottery. I would always argue with her that... I've told that story before, but I will always argue with her and be like, well, you know how much I won with the lottery? And I would count, you know, I would add week after week the amount she was spending on the lottery. And to me, I would consider that those were my winnings because I'm not spending it, right? And I would always tell her, well, I've made that much with the lottery because I've not played it. compared to, you know, you who spent that much, and even though you won, because she was calculating like how much she won and, you know, keeping track of basically how much she had won, and obviously she was down a lot by the end of her life, but you know, it was just it was an inside joke between us both, right? But I think she liked the hopefulness of it, I guess, right? She was never gonna be a millionaire unless she won the lottery. I think paying a few bucks per week for her, just out of that random hope, was enough. Yeah, it's buying the rights to a dream. That's exactly it. And she totally got that. That's why, you know, we were just joking around with that all the time. If you share numbers with someone, you might need to split the jackpot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 might be bad for that. Yeah, I don't know how many people actually play that. It's like the Lost numbers. I'm pretty sure not long after the end of Lost, some people were playing those numbers quite a bit in the lottery. Because obviously there's a whole thing with that in the show. And I think in England, I think it was, they didn't win like the full jackpot, but I think like 5 of the numbers came out or something. And they had to divide like you know, hundreds of thousands into like hundreds of people, so they both, like, each of them won like, I don't know, $100 or something. Yeah. Next you're gonna tell me those Etsy witches I paid for good luck charms are scamming me. They're not. They're selling you exactly what it says on the tin. Question is, do you believe in it or not? Yeah, for sure, Shepard. Absolutely. You know, my grandmother spent hundreds and hundreds over the course of her life for the dream of hitting it big and maybe getting to put everyone, you know, in a safe space in her family, like basically allow everyone to feel safe. That was her goal for the lottery. If she was ever going to win, she was going to spend it all on us, right? My mom, me, my cousins and all that. Wanted to make sure everyone was sort of set, you know, for life or whatever, or at least in a comfortable position, with a safety net and all. And yeah, that's why she spent her money for that sort of dream. Never happened, but there's nothing bad with dreaming. I definitely spent hundreds and hundreds on random video games that I've never played. My fucking Steam connection, you know, my Steam collection is full of games that I've never touched. So, is that a better use of my money? Probably not. I didn't know about that, Macaron, but, or maybe I've heard about it at some point, but. What's up, Meristem? This is actually the slowest playthrough. I do not lie. There is no lie on my Twitch page. It is. It is what it says on the tin. That's true. That's true, Warren. Speaking of which, the window's open. The fresh air is not coming in because it's way too warm inside. Outside still. My skills are set. My background is set. I'm ready to play. Alright, guys. This is it. Esoteric Ebb. Let's get in there. "5 days until the first ever election. An explosion erupts at the heart of the city. No one wants to deal with it, so they send you." Oh, God. The weakest cleric in Norwich. Okay, Norvik. One with incredibly deep esoteric insight. Complete your quests in any order. Don't be afraid to make interesting choices. And remember to love everyone no matter what. This is so cool. The campaign will take you from level 1 to 6. We'll play for about 5 to 8 sessions. It's been a journey to put this together. I hope you have a good time, Chris. And only 6 strengths. Just avoid going solo in the dungeon. Oh, that is so good. I am already getting trashed by the creator of the game. Love that. 6 strength, avoid going solo into the dungeon. Okay, noted. I love that the intro sort of models around your character, right? That's very cool. Yo, person, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. That's 230 total. What a huge number. Thank you so very much, person. I appreciate you very, very much. And everyone who got a sub there. Enjoy the ad-free experience, the emotes. And yeah, thanks for being around. You will all be remembered, as we say around here. But yeah, okay, what an intro. Okay, so there's going to be the first ever election. And then there's been an explosion. And we are supposed to investigate. All right. So there is, you know, much like, again, the comparisons are inevitably going to happen, right? There is a bit of a disco vibe to it with the idea of we have an investigation, you know, some event happened and we're sent to investigate. Makes me wonder if the clerics are almost like the police in this world, right? Like they're sent to investigate on things and sort of keep the order and all that. I like that there was a little bit of a message from the creator there. From level 1 to 6, and then he said 5 to 8 sessions. I'm gonna make that a lie. I don't know if maybe the game's structured in sessions, chapters, or whatever. We'll figure that out. But if it's supposed to be gameplay sessions, I'm gonna make that stat lie by a lot. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Speak with the dead. Okay, so this is just like a sort of like loading screen tooltip, I guess, but I'm still gonna read it. 3rd level necromancy. Casting time 1 action, range 10 feet. Component VSM. Burning incense. Duration 10 minutes. You grant the semblance of life and intelligence to a corpse of your choice within range, allowing it to answer the questions you pose. The corpse must still have a mouth and can't be undead. The spell fails if the corpse was the target of this spell within the last 10 days. Until the spell ends, you can ask the corpse up to 5 questions. The corpse knows only what it knew in life, including the language it knew. Answers are usually brief, cryptic, or repetitive. And the corpse is under no compulsion to offer a truthful answer if you are hostile to it or it recognizes you as an enemy. This spell doesn't return the creature's soul to its body, only its animating spirit. Thus, the corpse can't learn new information, doesn't comprehend anything that has happened since it died, and can't speculate about future events. Very close to Speak with the Dead in D&D, which I'm assuming is intentional. It does follow D&D stats and seemingly rules so far. Okay. I like that. I can enjoy a little bit of D&D. Am I supposed to? Okay. I think I'm supposed to click it. I thought it was a, you know, cutscene or something. Jor. I'm still not sure if it's Yor or Jor, and considering the game doesn't have voice acting, as far as I know, I doubt we'll be given an answer. Jor, Yor. That's an interesting. I mean, if it's inspired by like Nordic myths, it probably Yor, right? Jormungand and all that stuff. I'm not sure what the actual pronunciation is, but I know J is pronounced Y in Nordic languages most of the time. So Johan, right? Jotun, yeah. Yeah, I think I would assume it's your, just based on the source of inspiration, like the source material, right, for those things. I'm gonna go with your. I'm making an executive choice there. Oh, what was that? Truth and nothing else, a voice declares. You're your Bings. Okay. Okay, Egg. You ruined it. Truth and nothing else, a voice declares. What is your name? Intelligence. Wrong. Your name is wrong. Okay, our first roll of the game. Success. Love it. Good start. I love the little, again, very disco, of course, intervening skills. The music's also building up a little bit. Wrong. Doesn't sound right. Wrong. Or stay silent. Let me, hold on. I'm gonna just... Because I know it's a typical name. I know it's, like, I'm pretty sure that name exists in Norway, right? Like Ragnar and all that. But I don't know how you pronounce it. Rog? Rogn? Is there any Norwegian? Yeah, do we have any Norwegian in the audience? I would love to know how to pronounce that name properly. Malachaz is Norwegian? Okay, how do you pronounce that name? That's the problem with games that don't have any voice acting and weird names. It's like, how do you even pronounce them? Rangen? Roggen? Rangen? Technically, it's part of a name. That doesn't help. John is part of Jonathan. But you can still tell me it's pronounced John. How would you pronounce it, Malachaz? Without even, like, you don't have to be certain of it or anything, but how would you pronounce that if you were reading it? Like Roggen. Roggen? Or Ron? Rang? Similar to how you pronounce Ragnarok. Oh, Ragnarok or Ragnar. Ragn? Ragnarok. Ragn. Ragn. Ragnarok. Ragn. Ragn. Is every name going to be like this? I hope not. Listen, we have to settle those things early so that we can then be more fluid. Ronald. Got it. My name's Rag. I'm gonna call myself Rag. No, Raggen. Raggen sounds good. Raggen. Your name is Ragn. But yeah, I understand the problem, right, Malachaz? Because Ragnarok, you have the Ragnar, you have the rest of the name. It flows out of the N, right? In this case, it feels like Ragn. You know, you wouldn't even almost not pronounce the N. You were just saying it. Ragn. It misses something. Ragn. Anyway. Ragn. Ragn. Yeah. Like you bite your cheek halfway through. Okay, we're gonna go with Ragn. I'm gonna emphasize the raw. Ragn. Right? The dev is a Swede, yeah. Christopher Bodegard. I'm pretty sure is his name. Do you have any Swedish in the audience? How would you pronounce it? Probably the same way, right? Yeah. Rog. My name is Rog. Roggen. Doesn't sound right. I'm gonna go with doesn't sound right just because I can't pronounce it. That's why I'm gonna go with it. That's actually my decision, by the way. I'm not kidding. Rog? That doesn't sound right. Strength failure. No. No one calls you by your name. What? I love it. I already love this. What? What's the best location for the webcam, by the way? I think that's it, right? At the top, because I can always drag the conversation down. And there might be stuff on the bottom, maybe. I don't know. This is one of those games where it's going to be hard to know where exactly the camera fits. I'd go with saying it like you say dragon, but without the N. Ragan? Yeah, Roggen. Yeah. I'm okay with it. Roggen. Anyway. Wisdom success. You are often referred to as Cleric. Thank you, Wisdom. I love you already. Much easier. What's up, Sieg? Swedish should be Rongen? Rongen. Oh yeah, that's what someone said earlier. Who was it? Yeah, Mersky. Is Mersky Swedish as well? Rongen. Yeah, Rongen. Hopefully we don't have to say that name very often. And we can just say we're the Cleric. So my name is... Yes. Speak it. Okay, I'm gonna go with Cleric just for convenience. We're losing our identity already. We're already using our identity. If I ever write literary fiction, I'm gonna use Irish names just to fuck with readers. So interesting because that's funny you say that, because in my books, even though they're taking place in the future, like my first two published novels are taking place in the future of our world, much in the future. The world is very different. And, you know, it's a bit of sci-fi, slightly fantasy-ish, contemporary. I like to call it magical futurism. Because I'm pretentious. But I always use very common, normal names for the most part. Because I like the readers not, you know, have to wonder too much. I like the familiarity that it brings to the readers. And it just sort of fits. I like the vibe of like common names, very common names. Yeah. Bullied into a new name. I just include pronunciation in the character list at the start, like a play. Oh, that's a good idea. My proper names in my writing for fantastical settings are Basque. Yeah, that can be a good influence. Like if you find like a niche language or something, you get all your names from that. It just brings the problem of pronunciation very often. It'd be so funny if the pronunciation list didn't make any sense just to double down on the fuckery. I like that, Macaron. Anyway, intelligence wants me to speak my name, so I will. Cleric. Class conflict? What? Hold on! I don't know what that was, but... Wisdom, if your name is what they call you, that is it. Intelligence, DC 8 success. Could be worse. You answer another question from the darkness. What is your occupation? This is Arnold interrogating kids in Kindergarten Cop. Who is your daddy and what does he do? Or the dwarf in in Holy Grail. What is your quest? Oh, wow. Okay. Wisdom DC 15 success. As if it matters. What's up with wisdom? Constitution. DC 11 success. You are dead. Oh, they're in agreement there. Dexterity success. Dead? How can you be dead? You're thinking, aren't you? Constitution says, dead does not mean gone. Okay. Constitution immediately hitting you with the sort of spiritual angle, you know, spirits in the walls and all that. Dead does not mean gone. I like it. Dexterity says, what are you, a fucking poet? Dexterity is always... I already like dexterity. Dexterity seems a little edgy. Look around. I don't want to be dead. What's an occupation in this context? Or stay silent? I mean, I don't... Do I want to... Am I okay being dead? I don't know. Maybe I am, actually. Maybe I should question what an occupation is in this context. Do you guys... Can you guys hear, by the way, the general background sort of... It's very low intentionally right now, but... Can you hear the sort of low synth that's droning behind? Yeah? Okay. So the volume seems okay. Yeah, what is an occupation in this context? I don't care about being there or not. I think I'm okay with it. Wisdom says, work. Getting paid for labor. Work. Wisdom already rooting for the working class. Love it. Ooh. Dexterity says, didn't you have a job? Something really important? It's a failure right there. Constitution success says, your class. Tell the voice about your class. Class? What class am I? I have a very important job to do. I can go back to I don't want to be dead. That's interesting nesting. I'm already a big fan. Coming from Mass Effect 1, already a big fan of the ones we've picked being marked. Quality of life. Love it. I mean, I'm a cleric, right? That's my class. And we know we have a very important job to do. We're here to investigate. I have a very important job to do. Although I like the idea of being questioning rather than affirming. It always brings more information. Class? What class am I? Constitution says lower class. Oh, so I'm not a cleric, I'm lower class. Fair enough. Relatable, frankly. Wisdom says, you're a city cleric, nothing more. I'm definitely a cleric, or I'm awful at everything, or stay silent. I am definitely a cleric. Yeah. No, that I relate with that. I am definitely a cleric. Your true calling, says Wisdom. You lean a little further into being a cleric. Gain 10 XP, 5 by 2, for choosing this class 2 times. Oh. So you don't have to be a cleric, but that's what you start as. Oh man, that's already very interesting. Yeah. It's so intriguing. Yeah, I'm like, what does that mean? What if I'm not a cleric? Yeah. Yeah, Kopo type kind of thing. Absolutely. I like that. Yours says... Oh, yours seems to also be like the narrator, right? It takes a while before the next question is posed. And yours says, what is your current goal? Or maybe yours, again, maybe yours just a narrator, basically. Yeah. What is my current goal? I don't know. Wisdom suggests that we need to find out who blew up the tea shop. Who would blow up a tea shop? That seems uncouth. And another success. And most importantly, for what nefarious purpose? Yeah, I want to know who would blow up a tea shop. That's so irrational. I should make some tea. Americans, yeah. Constitution says, the Goblin Chieftain, she needs you. Okay. So conflicting sort of goals here. A tea shop exploded? Why all these questions? You find the Goblin Chieftain? Is that right? A tea shop exploded? Unfortunately, yes, says Wisdom. That's not good. I like tea shops. Great, I hate tea shops. They should be banned. I don't have any strong opinions on tea shops. In fact, I never think of them at all. No, I like tea shops. I think they're good. I like going there and getting, you know, a little bag of delicious tea. I don't think about them very often, but, you know. Yeah, I like tea shops. They're lovely, yes, says Wisdom. You may ruminate further on tea shops at a later date. Okay, fair. I didn't think we were going to talk about them for much longer, but there is a question to be answered. Your goal is to find a Goblin Chieftain or to stay silent, or I can stay silent. Why all these questions, though? Charisma failure. Oh, God. No clue, but you should keep them talking, says Charisma. It's been silent here for far too long. To find the Goblin Chieftain, is that right? You know it to be true, says Constitution. No reply, no feedback. Then the voice asks, what is your political affiliation? That seems early to make those kinds of decisions. The question strikes your entire consciousness, sending it spinning. If you care for your fellow, vote for the Asgalists, says Wisdom. Intelligence says it is the duty of the powerful to lead. That is you, no one else. Wisdom says, don't be so self-absorbed. You are a social creature defined by what you give. Yeah, Wisdom's nailing those DCs right there. The Free Striders, maybe, says Dexterity. Then again, you're no revolutionary. Things just move way too fast these days. Dexterity doesn't believe in me because of failure. That's so interesting how those things work. Very, again, obviously very disco-ish. Elections are ridiculous, says Constitution. With a success. Okay. I wonder if it's because Constitution has that sort of connection to the esoteric, and so maybe they find politics meaningless, as many things of this lower world are, right? I don't know. Ooh, failure of strength. It hides in the back of your skull, a fact. You are bound to be a nationalist. And it frightens you, the pressure. Yeah, a lot of people apparently enjoy the strength arc. You're the second person who says might be their favorite. I like it. I like that sort of weird cut-off head. I still think charisma is my favorite. The nationalists, the Asgalists, the free riders. I don't know any of these words. I should be in charge as a God King Wizard Lord. Actually, I'm apolitical. Or stay silent. I don't know, it feels early to make a commitment. Obviously, I lean towards the Asgalists. You know, workers' rights and all that. They seem to be progressive. Shocking, truly, isn't it? This is so funny. I'm pretty sure it's D20. I think it's D&D rules. They are, but we haven't seen an actual roll dice roll yet. Maybe it'll happen later when we have like actual checks to do. We'll see. But yeah, it seems to be based on the D&D system. I don't know any of these words. I don't know any of these words. See, charisma's so freaking cool. Man, I love it. Don't worry, it doesn't matter. Just say whatever you think will be the most useful to you. Conniving lil charisma, huh? And then the DC failure, which is that's so funny. Just say you're political. No, I won't. Yeah, charisma is amazing. I love it. I'm gonna stay silent on this one. Silence is golden, when it comes to politics at least, says charisma. The voice is fading. This is the end. The final question. How did you die? Constitution wants to chime in. Drowning in the river. Oh, that... Okay. The dead cleric was very much a blank slate. It's just the state of the beginning of the game. Gotcha. Interesting. I do like that it... Well, I mean, although it pushes wisdom quite a bit, it's not just a blank slate, but... Yeah. I drowned in the river. Did someone try to kill me? They knew I was going to investigate on the explosion. Did I kill myself because I didn't think I was, you know, capable of doing it? Did I accidentally drown? Many questions. Same way you lived, unable to step out of the uniform, not for 1 second, says wisdom. I fell into divinity. She took me whole. I died when he died. What the fuck are those? Those answers are really weird. Or stay silent until the darkness ends. Those are such intriguing answers. I fell into divinity. She took me whole. I mean, I guess divinity. No, I was gonna say it could be the name of the river, but it would be capital D, right? Most likely. I died when he died. Is it the separation between spirit and body there? The implication? I don't know. Or stay silent until the darkness ends. I died when he died. I like that one. I think it's... Or it could be someone else, where we... I died when he died. Were we like wrestling with someone? No? Fighting? Falling in the river? I don't know. Many possible interpretations there. I'm gonna go with I died when he... A game by Christopher Baudegard. Damn, what an intro. Sound design. Okay, so there's... Wow. Bunch of people helped making the game. Nice. Damn. The colors with all the skills. Was that a shellfish? Crustacean of some kind? Okay, banger of an intro. Holy, that was good. The color palette is so comfortable to look at. It's very soft. Yeah, like almost looks like a children book's illustrations, right? Yeah, very cool. Yeah, the intro was very well executed. Love it. Guess that's us, huh? Oh. Day 1. March 22nd, 27 PE. Mobius like? A little bit, yeah, Bixie. Yeah. Now that you mention it. True. You. Constitution says a fresh start. Okay. So we just come back from the dead. Interesting. It's our HP bar on the right there. 4 out of 10. 8 in the morning, day 1. I don't know what that is. And we got an XP bar here. Okay. Get up. Your heartbeat is loud, screaming, says wisdom. Constitution says your body aches. It's stiff, as if you've slept for days. Strength, failure, ready for the quest to continue. Look around you, check your stuff. Wait, what's this about a quest? Move on. Oh, love that. I love when the game tells you what's gonna, you know, make the other options unavailable. Love that. Always a good thing. All right, let's look around then. A circular stone chamber, storage for apples and corpses. Those two things typically don't go together, I will say. But thank you, Wisdom. A house of the dead, your home. This Constitution. Those piles of apple, is it Tolstad? Wait, I can click on Tolstad. Oh! Oh, it's like an encyclopedia check in, again, in Disco, right? So with intelligence, I can question things and learn about them. That's really cool. Tolstad is a sprawling island, fortress, and one of 5 districts in the city. It sits in the middle of River Torna, home of yours Pillar, sprawling tunnel network, and Water Lane, the greatest trade hub in Ashkani. You're on Tolstad right now. Okay. So we're on a sprawling island fortress. What is Water Lane about? That's a charisma check. Water Lane, the largest trade port in Norvik, located in a massive tunnel piercing the center of Tolstad. It is a so-called marvel of dwarven engineering, and it is the reason so many people commute to Tolstad over many bridges. Considered as one of the great crafted wonders of the world. A massive tunnel piercing the center of Tolstad, Water Lane. Dwarven engineering. What about Norvik? Intelligence informs us that Norvik is the central city of Askani and last bastion of humanity. It was founded upon the end of the Reconquest in 468 AE. Exactly 70 years ago. Okay. I don't remember what is the date of today? Wasn't there a date mentioned? Oh yeah, that was during the intro. Yeah. I don't remember what the exact year was, but so there seems to be like the count reset and the era change, right? A and then P, before, after, ante, post. So the end of the Reconquest seems to be what marked the end of the previous era. I wonder what event transitioned from one to the other. Or we'll learn more about that. What is Askani? Wisdom Success tells us that Askan is one of the 8 bands along the coast. It is a cold, mountainous realm. It is your home, also referred to as Askani. Okay. Can we learn about the coast? We're learning a lot about the lore right away. What about the coast? Intelligence Success informs us that the coast is also known as yours realm. It is a strip of land divided into 8 bands. The further inland you go, the closer you get to infinite wastes. It is theorized to be a ring of or a half sphere due to the bend of the horizon. Yeah, acrylic. That's what it feels like. Okay, I'm getting a, you know, a feel for the world, I guess. The infinite wastes. So we're on the coastal world, and then the more we go inland, infinite wastes who probably stop anyone from exploring further. What about the bands? Intelligence Success tells us that the band is an esoteric divide that splits circular coast of Jor into 8 geographic areas, commonly known as bands. Each band has unique esoteric and natural traits and stretches from the coast to the infinite wastes. Okay. So, coast of land, bands, separating them. Gotcha. Eight of them. We do not... Do we have 8 skills? I don't think we have 8 skills. We have 6. Okay. I was wondering if the skills were linked to the bands. Somehow. About esoteric, wisdom says that it is the magic of Yor and his strings. The coast is infused with it. Well, let's learn more about Yor. Intelligence says that Yor is the name of our realm. It's also the name of the legendary wizard who created it. He died during the closing at the end of the Gate era. I don't know how I feel about this lore dump at the beginning. I mean, I like it because it's intentional, right? I'm clicking all those things and seeking the answers. I could ignore it if I want, right? For me, the fact that in an RPG, like a text-based RPG like this, I think I'm okay with it. That the option's available. It reminds me of those nesting tooltips when you play something like Crusader Kings or something, right? Kind of what it reminds me of. Except in this case, it's not just flat-out information that is just thrown at you. It is also something that the characters, like the stats are characters, right? And they sort of intervene, and you can tell what each stat's mostly interested in, and I think that's interesting. Yeah. I think there's something about character building on top of just lore drop, right? I think is pretty good. Obviously, it's a lot of information. I don't know if I remember most of it, but yeah. What about wizards? Intelligence says that a wizard is a book-learned arcane spellcaster. Typically plays Yor's strings by memorizing and executing esoteric rituals and chants. Okay, so the magic seems to be something that's almost like music. Your strings could be the power of the divine power or something. Or the magic powers represented almost as musical strings in the ether that you can play, right? And manipulate to make spells. Is what I'm sort of getting from this. Arcane. Wisdom tells us that arcane is one of the 3 pillars of magic. It is represented by the forces that make up all esoteric events. Those who play your strings tap into these powers, programming the laws of the existence around their whims. Interesting word choice, right? Programming the laws of the existence around their whims. Tapping into the power of the arcane, playing your strings. Program the laws of existence around you. Intriguing. Your strings. The ley lines of esoteric power that holds the realm together. Alright. I wonder how differently this all plays if you have almost no intelligence. I wonder if it's like, you don't know. And then you just don't get to know, right? That's very cool. Obviously, we have the stats exactly for this kind of stuff. Which, again, goes to go back to what Macaron was saying. There's an interesting phenomenon here in that I get all this information because I picked exactly the stats I needed for it. And maybe, I'm not sure, obviously, but maybe if you're less inclined to pick those stats because you're someone that cares less about lore or something like that, right? You would play more of a strength-based character. Maybe you don't get all the lore dump because maybe your skills are not able to tell you all that. So there's an interesting thought here that you get what you were seeking with the character you created, right? I think this is an interesting thought. Or maybe the DCs are so low that you get it anyway. I don't know, but for me right now, it definitely feels like I got what I was asking for. I wanted a character who would know that stuff. That's what I built. And I definitely got it. All right, let's check your stuff. What stuff? Says Charisma. Wisdom intervenes. Your hands dart around your pouch and uniform. Uh-oh. Constitution failure. Panic. Sweat. I've lost my shit is what I think is happening here. No spellbook, no mace. Face it. You've been robbed. Thanks, Charisma. Your legs shake. Tears begin to form. DC 18, by the way. Jesus. All right, I am not doing great right now. My gut's failing me. I'm not gonna cry. Deep breaths. Your belongings are surely here somewhere. Thank you, Wisdom. Wisdom has my back once again. I wasn't gonna cry. Come on. Although I have low strength, I don't have a lot of manhood. As if manhood was related to crying. You, obviously, I'm joking. Alright, wait, what's this about a quest? +1 hit point. Oh, yes! A quest! Strength's so happy about it. Earth be blessed. Do I remember everything? Yes, everything is off, but your memory is intact, says Wisdom. Your quest was given yesterday, remember? The tea shop. Tea shop? Yep, the tea shop that blew up, says Dexterity. It'll be a tough one. Might take days. Ah, Dexterity does not believe in me. A chance for redemption, says Constitution. Redemption? Wait, what did I do? Just a job? Ah, I've done this before. A quest? I like those. Wait, how much time do I have? So, to be clear, I need to figure out who blew up some random tea shop? Move on. Nice. Wait. Let's go back to redemption first. What did I do? Insubordination. Really? Huh. Inconstancy? Light apostasy? The words live inside your bone marrow. I gain experience for it. Okay. Well, light apostasy, so, you know, I would say that sounds like me a little bit. Inconstancy? I don't know about that. Also, that's the first time I hear the word inconstancy. Inconsistency? Inconstancy? Probably means the same thing, but... okay. I wonder if levels allow me to gain new stats, or if it's just gonna be like perks or whatever. We'll see. Just a job, so I've done this before. You haven't really? Your previous experience lies more in some basic Earthguard militia service, as well as a few years at the towers. Okay. My husband likes to call it fierce. But what it means is I'm stubborn, will not sway to others. And if you're still watching stream, I hope he heals because he knows I'm right. Well, Dundee's husband, if you're still watching, just know that your wife is trying to put you on blast. Which, frankly, you should not let that slide. I'm just saying. Never tell me your husband might be watching, Miss Dundee. Are you crazy? You cannot give me that much power. Some Grintheus. That's him. I figured. The timing was. All right, some Earthguard militia service, as well as a few years at the towers. It feels like that's relatable for a Swiss man such as myself. You know, in Switzerland, we have mandatory military service, even though I didn't personally do it, but I understand the vibe of it. A few years at the towers, you know, a few years at university or something. I can relate with that. Tell me about the towers, though. The towers, the home base of the Order of Arcane Clerics of Norvik. Also known as the OACN. Love that. Very, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, it feels like, you know, like a police, NYPD, right? Like, the codification makes it feel a bit modern. I like it. And the clerics, according to wisdom, are a servant of God, deeply devoted and spiritually connected. Typically a divine spellcaster given power through their deity. Huh. Light apostasy? Okay, it makes sense now that I would be insubordinate if I'm supposed to be a servant of a god and devoted religiously and all that. That kind of checks out. Hubs, thank you for the tier 1, 49 months. Appreciate you very much. Thank you so much. Hubs, you will be remembered. Tell me more about the divine. The divine is one of the 3 pillars of magic. It is represented by the sacred, the faith of all folk, their souls, and is granted by gods who once walked among us. Sacred, the faith of all the folk, their souls, granted by gods who once walked among us. So we have the divine, we have the arcane, was it? The previous, yeah, the arcane, the divine, and one more, sure, we'll find. Ooh, intelligence says, rogue sorcery was not your main subject, but yes, you read a lot about these types of fiery events. Huh. Rogue sorcery. Intelligence seems to have an opinion. Feels like a game you may need a notes file for. I do have a notes file. But I don't know how much I'm going to need it until I see like the kind of... Because there's a journal and everything. So until I see what kind of journal we have, I'm not sure. We'll see. They're not too common these days. However, this incident does not appear overly complex. A quest? I like those. Strength failure. They are dangerous. You might not make it. A little bit of trust, strength, maybe? Come on. Yeah, I always have a file ready, Macaron, when I start a new game. No dungeon. Yeah, I mean, I was warned, right? Only 6 strength. Don't wander to the dungeon alone. I'll be careful. Wait, how much time do I have? Until the election. Duh. Okay, dexterity. Pipe down a little bit. I just came back from the dead. I might have forgotten a few things. Election week added. See, it seems like it's adding a codex of some kind. So we'll see. which is in 5 days. All right. So also, again, the comparisons continue, but also like a day-based sort of schedule. Time only advances when you make new choices in dialogue. Oh, right. We started at 8, I think. We progressed 16 minutes in the last 45. Seems about right. So to be clear, I need to figure out who blew up some random tea shop. More or less. But you've got like 5 days to do it, so no stress. Thank you, Dexterity. I appreciate that. I appreciate the relaxed approach that you're encouraging. There's that feeling again, says Wisdom. The feeling you're about to enter a path from which there is no way back. No way back? That doesn't sound too good. Can I think about this first? Yes, let's finish the job. Yeah, can I sit on the fence a little bit? Time is limited, says Constitution. It's just a lot to... Oh! I took 1d4 damage! Oh, come on! I'm already getting killed by my own stress! Oh, God. I play video games to escape the real world, not to, you know... Yeah, relatable. You feel dizzy, says Constitution. The weight of the Earthguard uniform. A dull pain takes hold. You require healing! Constitution is so dramatic. I love it. You must consume an apple. Now. Your mind forms a trail from one cross to another. You know not why you stand among these apples, but you know everything else that has gone wrong in your life. Oh, God. Please, let's not go over that, Wisdom. You must dig yourself out of this trench with kindness and an ever-brightening love for folk. If your stats are high or low enough, chimes will appear in your minds. They will suggest, inform, or offer unique paths. Trust them at your own risk. Okay. I am so very confused. Uh-huh. Rub your temples. Okay, thank you, voices in my head. I am so very confused. One step at a time. Alright, let's get going then. And we take control. I like, okay, you can zoom out. Oh, okay. How do I... Can I... Hold. Ooh, okay. I can move with WASD as well. It doesn't look like I can... Oh, okay. Ooh, the music is really good. The right click highlights what you can interact with. Nice. And then you can zoom in and out. And you can move very, very disco-like movement. I love the art style. It's the right mix between like a children's book and, I don't know, some old Belgian comic books. Someone mentioned Mobius earlier, the colors and the line work very much reminiscent of that for sure. Right, well, I need an apple, so might as well start with that. Ooh. Behold, trifle. An apple. Looks better than the ones on the pile. I think it's fine, person. I mean, I'm always... Part of what I'm worried about is because I have to read everything. And I don't want to do... There's various approaches to this, right? You could do, like, super specific voices for each character. I don't like that for a couple of reasons. I'm not good at doing voices. I don't necessarily like people that do voices when they're not good at it. And so I don't want to do that myself. And it's hard to remember every voice. What I do like is the tone. I do like doing this almost as if I was reading a book to an audience. Like when I was reading books to my students when I was in school or something, right? Which is mostly a tone work more than voice work, right? A little bit of voice variation, sure, if something feels right. But other than that, mostly a work in tone. But my worry is always that I'm not really good at reading English out loud. Because, you know, not my first language. And so I'm always worried that people are going to just be annoyed at my mispronunciations and sort of stumbling upon words. But I don't know. I think it's a good challenge. It's a good exercise. Oh, it's definitely going to make me better at it, right? Would I prefer if this was all voice acted? Sure. But, you know, not an option, obviously. So. Yeah, I mean, so far so good. I mean, there's a lot of reading, but I'm okay with it. How many languages do you speak? Well, fluently to French and English. I can speak a bit of Spanish, a bit of German, because I've studied them. That's about it. And I can understand Italian pretty well, because it's very close to French, and I've heard it a lot in my life. But yeah, I wouldn't want to be dropped in a purely German community and having to express myself. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean I'm sure, you know, I know most of you who are already members of this community. I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about, you know, new people, which is you always want to get new people watching you when you're playing a new video game. Obviously, this one I don't think is popular enough to bring a lot of new folks, but you know, hopefully it has a. If you like this game, it's unlikely that you're, you know, gonna be very annoyed at someone reading slowly. I think, but yeah. All right, so we can look at objects and then we can interact with them. I love that. I like that old school. It reminds me of old point and click games. Reminds me of Full Throttle, or you know, like Indiana Jones and the Secret of Atlantis, or whatever that game was called, Fate of Atlantis. Yeah. Okay, let's grab the apple. Oh God, you run all the way over. Garden apple. We now have a garden apple. Okay, I feel like it's time to look at our menus here. Whoa. What is that? What the fuck? Cleric 2. Oh, those are the classes, I'm assuming. Maybe? I don't know. Class conflict. You've declared yourself the Cleric of Norvik 2 times. It's a grand title suitable for a true human cleric like yourself. Okay. The tea shop that blew up. Oh, wow. Okay, so it's not a quest log, it's a questing tree. Some of these are probably like linking to others, and okay, that's really unique. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Your purpose in Tolstad is to investigate an exploded tea shop, locate this establishment, and gain entry. And then, election week. The first ever election in Norvikian history will take place in just a few days' time. What will you vote for? I'm so on board. This is so cool. I love the visual of it too, like, so great. Yeah, they're calling it the quest tree, right? Which I think is very cool. Okay, inventory. Let's see. Okay, you're not missing much with my camera, which I'm very happy about. Just you can't see my strength and dex, but it's fine. We know they're low. They matter less. Level 1 Cleric, hit points 2 out of 10. Hits dice. Oh, there's rules. Oh, there's rules explanation. Oh my god. We're not done with descriptions. Hold on. Strength, the search for meaning, religion, and masculinity. This is so fucking good. Oh. Dexterity, avoiding consequences, self-interest, and freedom. Constitution, your gut feeling, bodily truth, and stubbornness. I am proficient. Hey, I'm considered proficient. Very disco in this description, yeah. Dexterity and strength seems to be the American, you know, American manosphere influencer search for meaning, religion, and masculinity, because you haven't found it, right? You're searching for it. And also avoiding consequences and self-interest. Seems very... That's the build. And freedom, yeah. Beautiful. Intelligence, the search for power, ego, and memorization. What is that? There's an arrow here. I'm scared to press for now. Wisdom, your esoteric understanding, empathy, and femininity. Proficient. Okay. And charisma, social manipulation, force of personality, and the desperate need for love. So good. Deep storage. What's up, Edsta? Oh, so far it's been incredible, Edsta. We've barely made any progress, and every little bit of description is incredible. Oh, you can just hide it. Okay, nice. Empty feat slot. Unlock feats by completing quest branches. Ooh, nice, nice. What is deep storage? Oh. Turn your pouch inside out. This will empty all stored item in your inventory. One item found at the bottom of the pouch. What am I doing? Okay, so... so it feels like if my inventory is full, I can put them in deep storage, but then I can only access it if I just overturn everything? Like, I have to think about this. I don't know exactly how this mechanic plays into the game, but I'm sure I'll find out. Deep storage. What is that about? I don't know. Hit points. A representation of your willpower and health. At 0, you go unconscious. Death saving throws are rolled until you either get back up with exhaustion or die. Each level of exhaustion lowers your max HP by 10%. HP start at 8 plus con mod. Every additional level adds 5 plus con mod. Hit dice. Spend 1 in order to short rest for 1 hour. Allows you to restore 1d8 HP. Regain a random spell slot and unlock all failed ability checks. Oh, okay. This has the same mechanic of locked failed ability checks. This is really scratching that disco itch, isn't it? They're not hiding their influence there. Oh yeah, no worries, Miss Dundee. I appreciate your understanding. It's just, yeah, like Warren said, it's the need for a pretty hard line to make sure, you know. Just the same as usual. I'm sure you get it. The game very much wears its influences on its sleeves. Yeah, yeah. I don't mind that. I think it's unique enough that it can get away with it, right? It doesn't feel like they're ripping it off. It's just using the sort of same structure, but it's also telling you something that has a very unique personal vibe. So far, at least. The hit dice is equal to your level. Okay. So we could use that to regain HP if we need to. Proficiency. This amount is added on to your ability score modifier. If you are proficient in that ability score, you become +3 at level 5. Oh, okay. Nice, nice, nice. I get it. Experience 20. Your current amount of XP gained more by speaking with characters, completing quests, branches, pickpocketing, casting spells, and exploring the city. Very nice. Okay, what is my gear about? Empty slots? Are those maybe spells? I don't know. What is that? Helm. Practically your face. Do not take it off. I was like, is it gonna kill me? Like, what's gonna happen? No, the character's like, nope. No, I will not. Okay, a little shy. I get it. I get it. This is my weapon slot and my book slot. Like my spellcasting item, maybe. I don't know. A garden apple. An apple grown on Tolstad. The colors ripple across the surface. Consuming it will save your soul. Well, okay. Let's consume, right? We need hit points. Might as well. +1 hit point. All right. Cool. Let's go to the journal. Have I read Dungeon Crawler Carl series? No, I have not. I've heard of it. Okay, Tolstad South. There. Great map. Love it. The Goblin Garden, Tolstad South Pillar Crossing, and Viskin's Lair. Oh, and look at that. Those are all the sort of like glossary words we clicked on earlier. All classified. So we were talking about, do I need to take notes? I don't think so. You know, maybe for stuff that's not, maybe it's stuff that's like interpretation or theories or maybe analysis or something, but I definitely don't need to take notes about the stuff we're learning because it's all there. That is so cool. Again, going back to Macaron, right? We were going back to the lore dump and being like, oh, that's a lot of lore. I'm not going to be able to remember all that. Well, there you go. We have a full glossary. That seems pretty exhaustive too. Holy shit. Yeah, that's... Damn, that's really solid. Love that. And my spellbook. First level Cure Wounds. That's something I can use? Ah. First level Evocation. Oh, sorry, I'm kind of in front of it. First level Evocation. Casting time, 1 bonus action. Category Divine. Range Touch. Components V and S. I'm not sure what that is about. V and S. Duration instantaneous. A creature you touch regains a number of hit points equals to 1d8 plus your wisdom ability modifier. This spell has no effect on undead or constructs. I wonder if I can cast it on myself. Prepared spells zeros. Ah. You can prepare spells by visiting a shrine at any time. The amount you can prepare is 2 plus your class level plus your intelligence modifier. Yeah, a lot of it seems to be very D&D inspired. I wonder if this is one of those projects that started with like his personal like campaign or something, and he wanted to make a video game out of it. A lot of RPGs start that way, right? This is the DC a target has to achieve when rolling a save against one of your spells. The DC is 8 plus your wisdom or intelligence modifier, whichever is highest, plus your proficiency bonus. Okay, my spell difficulty... I'm gonna be a good spellcaster, it seems like. Thanks to my wisdom. The amount of spells in your spellbook you can gain more by collecting and memorizing spells and scrolls. 0 cantrips, 1 spell. Oh. Oh, cure wounds, not bad. Okay, I think that's it for the menus. Very nice. Oh, so you can, it highlights, that's very cool. Obviously you can highlight with this, but it also highlights when you get closer to an item. I like that. Behold, this isn't yours, is it? I don't know, is it? A tattered cloak. +1 dexterity, -1 charisma. There we go. Yep. Disco to the core. Disco to the core. The cloak is sprawled upon the iron slab. As you grab it, you immediately feel the dampness spreading into your gloves. It is light blue and tattered, says Wisdom, and it was once yours. Please don't! This thing is disgusting! Oh, charisma is so cool. I love charisma. Weigh it in your hands, wring out the water. Should I wear this? It is heavy. Wring out the water. The filthy liquid falls to the floor of the stony chamber. It smells of salt water, says Wisdom. It is still quite wet. Is it lighter now? It is heavy. Okay. Should I wear this? No? I think you can, like, I don't know. You can tell the writer's done a good job when that early in the game, you already, like, get exactly the tone with which those different skills are talking, right? Like, you immediately get it. Even though it's just 2 words. Well, 1 word. Yeah. It has a voice in the writing sense, right? The voice in this game is extremely strong and very well mastered. Good writer. It does for sure. I like that it also, I just noticed that my character is outlined in the color of the stat that's currently active, I think. Let's confirm that. Yep. That's really cool! I love that. Such a nice little detail. A rogue would wear it, that's for sure, so... I think about it. I mean, I am a rogue, so... yeah, let's wear it. But I'm not a rogue. Am I a rogue? I don't know. I don't think I'm a rogue. Okay, so dexterity is rogue. One of them is cleric. I don't have access to my menus right now, but they had the colors right on the quest journal, the color that fits with each stat. So dexterity is cleric. I think strength might be zealot, because there was a mention of a zealot in the description. Intelligence is wizard. Wisdom is... I don't know. Yeah, we'll see. And dexterity is rogue. Music feels very Domekeeper. I haven't played Domekeeper, but... yeah, the music has been great so far. Very ambient, right? But, yeah, fits the bill. Someone mentioned it. Sounded a little bit like Risk of Rain in ways, I agree. Am I a rogue? I don't know. I don't think I'm a rogue. I'll think, but I'm not a rogue. Sorry, the word I am not a rogue is not in your vocabulary, actually. Dexterity is not taking our shit. Okay, we are gonna be a rogue, and that's that. Please rephrase. That is not one word, though. Oh, well, I guess then I am a rogue. You don't tell me what to do. That's not one word, though. So pedantic. Oh, man. I am already fighting with my fucking personality traits. Great. No, it's... No, I love that. Escapism will be for later. This game's about to be very relatable and call us out on everything. So unrefined. Intelligence. Shut up! That's so good. Thank you, intelligence, for having our back in this case. Intelligence gets us, you know? Who's gonna intervene there? Is that strength? I think that's strength. You reach for your fancy red pouch of holding. The cloak easily slips inside into the extra-dimensional space with a satisfying slurp. I really love my pouch of holding. Gods, I can fit so many items in this thing. It sounds like an advertisement, right? I really love my pouch of holding. This broadcast is given to you by Pouch of Holding. Get yours at www.pouchofholding.com/thedanielmad for 15% off your first purchase. Yeah, it's giving Truman Show, yeah. I really love my pouch of holding. Yes, you are very lucky, says intelligence. These are like 1,000,000 crowns on the market. Crowns is the Norwegian crown, the main coinage in Norvik. I'm gonna say Norwich more than I want to, because of Norway. The Norwegian crown is the official currency of Norvik, suffered heavy inflation during the years after Earth's passing. Okay, this is another way it's doing a really cool job, right? You see crowns and you're like, oh. And then charisma, you know. Charisma knows how to deal with people, has a basic understanding of what the crowns are. And then if you want to know more, you click on it again and you get like the full intelligence report. Very cool. Suffered heavy inflation during the years after Earth's passing. A meal is somewhere between 5 and 20 crowns. A cheap month's rent is 100 crown. A spellbook is 50 crowns. An average salary outside the city is up to 300. Average salary inside the city is up to 500. Per what? Month? Week? I mean, I would say it's a month's rent, right? Like typically countries that have weekly rents have weekly pays, have wages, have weekly rents. Also, this guy that made the game is from Sweden, which I know uses the same convention as we do, which is monthly. So I'm assuming that's monthly. It definitely can be yearly, because otherwise nobody can pay rent. But yeah. I like that. I like the idea of telling you, like, hey, this costs that much. Gives you an idea of what the crowns are worth, right? So apparently the pouch of holding is like 1,000,000 crowns on the market, although dexterity could be exaggerating because it's a failure, right? Unreliable narrators. Love that. Okay, so a meal, 5 to 20. A rent, 100. Hold on. Either food is really expensive or rent is really cheap. Because even best case scenario, a meal being $5. Now, between 5 and 20, that's about the price of a real life meal, right? I would say. Cheap-ish meal, right? 5 to 20 is what you would spend on a meal, probably. And so a month's rent would be 100. It would be like the equivalent of our rent being 100, which is crazy, even for a cheap month. Like a cheap month's rent right now is what, like 1,000? It sounds wild just saying it, but a cheap month's rent right now is probably about 1,000, right? You know, USDs or whatever you want to, close to that, the currency. Idealized economy, I suppose. Yeah, I mean, it's a medieval world, like rent's probably a lot cheaper. I dream of 1,000 rent in Ireland. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I haven't rented in a while, thank God. You know, sort of the other side of the coin of having lost members of my family is that I can live in their home. It's great because I wouldn't be able to afford living otherwise. But last time I rented, it was pretty cheap, and I was still paying like 1.2k Swiss francs, which would be 1.8 USD at this point, I would say. 1.7 maybe. My rent place for students is 640 euros. Is it like just a room or a small studio type thing, Gnomes? Because damn, that's wild. I remember when I was in uni, I was living close enough to my uni that I didn't have to rent, but the students' sort of studios or home were like $300 in Switzerland, which is crazy. My rent is 3k in SoCal, pretty absurd. That's crazy. This piece, yeah. My last rent was 375, but I was incredibly lucky. The average Dublin apartment rent is 2.57 thousand euros. 2 rooms, about 52 meters squared. That's pretty good then. I would, well, you know, no, it's ridiculous. But considering the state of things, I feel like it's okay. It's still ridiculous for 2 rooms, but, you know, I feel like could be worse. Probably, what is it, like subsidized because it's a student thing, right? Most likely, I would assume. You're not actually paying what the owner of that place is probably getting. I'm assuming the state or government or whatever. It's part of like the university's subsidized. I don't know. I'm just assuming, right? But yeah, anyway, cheap rent in Norvik. Love that. Spellbook is 50 crowns. An average salary outside the city is up to 300. And an average salary inside the city is up to 500. That also tells me that food's pretty expensive. Which... was there a mention of something food-related? In, like, the lore? I don't remember. Was there something about, like, a famine of some kind, or... I don't know. Already forgetting some of my lore. A third of your monthly income for rent is considered sustainable. The average rent in EU is trending to half, which is not good. Major sign of inflation. Without salary compensation? Yeah. Yeah. But the food seems expensive then. It's like, even like $5 for, like 5 crowns for a meal being on the lower end. Think about it. You need 2 at least a day, maybe 3. So that's 15 a day. Like, let's say 10 a day. Let's be conservative. 10 a day just for food. If the months are like ours, which is 30 days roughly, that means you pay as much for food, maybe more. On the lower end, you would pay as much for food as you do for rent. That seems crazy expensive for me. But, yeah. Like 2/3 of your income is already gone between food and rent. Yikes. I don't know, yeah, it's not very accurate, right, Hobbs? So I'm assuming, you know, it says just a meal, which you would assume might be eating out, but maybe 5 is if you make home food and 20 is if you eat out. I don't know. Obviously, it's being vague on purpose. Like, it's not supposed to be an economic lesson. Just roughly, it feels like food is quite expensive, is what I would say. Earth's passing. The day your god died, Norvik used to celebrate this with fervor when you were little, as many fanatics believed he would return if they host a truly legendary feast. And yet he never did, huh? Okay. Oh, what if I click on this? Is it... Oh. Have I missed some of that before? I hope I did not. I may have missed some of this. I just noticed that you can click on it again. Well, maybe I'm good because I would typically look for the orange. Right now in Spain, so in Madrid, 70 square meter apartment is 1,700, and the minimum legal salary is 1,200. Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous. It's really ridiculous. Obviously, you know, people will argue like, well, if you're in the, you know, in the middle of the fucking capital, you probably have a good job that pays more. You need to have one, but it's just nonsense. We're getting fucked. Speaking of which, hold on. 2 things that I read yesterday or over the weekend that made my skin crawl. One of them is apparently a very famous, you know, Western superpower president of orange color said that is arguing against Germany, that Germany should not provide affordable medication and healthcare to their people because it's unfair competition. Which I legitimately, when I saw it, I had to check that it was not a satire, like a parody account that posted it. That fucking blew my mind. I was like, what the hell? Like, how are you, like, what's the logic there? If you ever wonder if these people truly care about you or not. And then the second one was in the same theme of, do these people actually care about you? Apparently Jeff Bezos, maybe I shouldn't be saying that stuff on a platform owned by Amazon, but I don't fucking care. Jeff Bezos spoke to at a conference about a tech thing. You know, he had a speech at a tech thing, and he said, I'm paraphrasing because I don't remember the exact words, but that we should not prevent the evolution of AI because of human comfort. And his logic was, you know, we need water to cool down AIs, and that's the only way with which we're gonna be able to get a super intelligence that will solve all our problems in the future. And it would be a bad bet to prevent that for the sake of human comfort. So basically, if I'm paraphrasing, the dude's telling you, yeah, we should stop drinking water so AI can use more. Because, yeah, it's gonna solve all of our problems if we get to a super intelligence later. Which, in an ideal world, yeah, I can see the logic of, yeah, super intelligence, you know, solving every problem we ever have. That's a good sci-fi story, right? I believe in that. But we all know that if it happened, it would not solve the problems for everyone. It will solve the problems for them. Right? We're gonna be left behind to die so they can use all the benefits for themselves. And also that goal, yes. Like, I don't even know if that's the right sort of strand of tech research that could lead there. I feel like it would need to be completely different. We're talking like, you know, like brain simulations and all that, not just language models. But anyway, I digress. I don't want to go again on a rant about AI, but a billionaire basically saying you should stop drinking water so we can improve AI is so dystopian that I would think they would know better than to say it out loud, even if they thought about it. But I don't think they care anymore. We're at the point where nobody gives a shit. Everything's saying the bad things out loud, and nobody cares. It's just, nobody cares. It's just crazy. I don't know. What a world. If this was a dystopia and a dictator would say something like that, you would have a hero going, you know, doing everything they can to fucking murder them. That'd be the story of the novel. Yeah, and people would think that the villain is cartoonish. Right? Like, people would be like, that's a cartoonish evil villain. That's not realistic. Like, literally, and I'm mincing my words there. It feels like the reasoning for the Hunger Games by President Snow was more human than that. It blows my mind. I cannot believe we're living in a world that's worse than the Hunger Games. I'm exaggerating for the sake of, you know, emphasis, but Nero, thank you for the 5 months tier 1. I appreciate it. Thank you. El Half Nero, you will be remembered. Yeah, Blood Demon. That's something I relate to a lot, being from Switzerland, because Switzerland's healthcare is very much based on the idea of solidarity, right? That's the whole principle behind it. You pay all your life when you don't need it because others do need it, right? So everyone pays a high amount, and then, you know, and I remember when I was very young, you know, in my young 20s, and when I was starting to make money, I was like, this is so weird. I just, man, I don't know. I never need to go to the hospital. Like, why do I need to pay $400 a month for insurance that I never use? Like, it's wild that it's mandatory, was my thought process, right? I didn't understand why it needed to be mandatory. It blew my mind. I felt like I was being preyed upon. You know, a young 20-year-old finally makes money, has to spend some of it. I didn't get it. Like, it didn't speak to me as a young guy. And then I started getting it over the years, but especially when my dad got sick with cancer. And suddenly his treatment was like hundreds of thousands per year. I'm not kidding, like hundreds of thousands per year. And obviously we could never have paid any of that. And out of pocket, we barely had to pay anything. My dad barely had to pay anything out of pocket. Maybe a couple thousands per year, which was our I don't remember what it's called. Like in French we say la franchise, which is the amount you have to pay for yourself before your insurance kicks in, right? A premium? No, I don't know. I don't know what it's called. Anyway, the premium is that's the one. Okay. Thank you, Mirsky. I wasn't sure. But anyway, copay. Okay, deductible. Yeah, all those words mean something. Deductible sounds right, actually. Now that you mention it, I feel like I've heard that before. Deductible in the US. Okay. Anyway, you know what I'm talking about. And that's when, you know, it really hit me with the full effect of like, oh, I get it now. Right. Later, when I'm in my dad's position, because unfortunately the chances of me getting cancer one day, it's pretty high, because that's what kills most people. Right. I won't have to literally go bankrupt or die because I can't afford it, right? I will be able to seek treatment. It didn't work for my dad, but, you know, it definitely gave him some comfort and some hope, which is important in those times. So, like, that's the moment where it really made sense to me, the solidarity aspect of you know, of health insurance. So when I hear how that stuff works in the US and some other countries, I feel like my heart literally hurts for you guys living there and living in those conditions. The idea, and I've heard that story so many times, of like, you maybe break your leg, like you hurt yourself and you're not sure if it's broken or not, but you're like, I can't go to the hospital because I can't afford it. I'm gonna have to go to work with maybe a broken leg because I can't afford, one, not to work, and two, certainly can't afford the hospital. I've heard that story so many times before. Like, and I'm like, and then people get in a position where they can't work anymore because they're like, well, it turns out my foot was really broken and now I can't stand, so I do have to go to the hospital. And now I'm fucking bankrupt because of it. I'm gonna have debt for the rest of my life. It just... I know we've talked about that before. I know it's platitudes at this point saying that, but it's just, it's so insane. And then you bring what Blood Demon said, you bring some, you know, racial component to it. And it's like, the fuck are we doing? Like, it's crazy. But hey, we got our first trillionaire, yay! Yeah, that's great. I can see the benefits for everyone else, right? Like the trickling down and all that. Like it's definitely happening. Right? Like everyone's, you know. Yeah. I can't. Malachas. That is very funny. I can't believe Musk beat me to it. Yeah, you were so close too. Like, yeah. More than likely unhelpful answers that Americans funded on the enslavement of black people, exploitation of black people especially. People of color in general, never gone away in America, only changed shape. Yeah, and doing all that and basically surviving on the back of these people and immigrants and all that, and then blaming them for everything that goes wrong. So not only are they doing most of the, you know, the work nobody else wants to do, and that is necessary, they're also getting blamed for everything that goes wrong with the other fuckers that can't do anything, right? Right? Luigi's my favorite Nintendo character? Yeah, I like this green little guy. I always thought Luigi had good character since the very first time I've played the Mario games. Yeah. I want to see more of Luigi. I hope there's more Luigi games in the future. Big fan of Nintendo in this house. Yeah. It's the main investment retirement vehicle. Young people can't afford housing, but older people property owners are minted and vote because they're property. Yeah, of course. Yeah, yeah. And aging populations because of lower birth rates lead to more and more old people trying to conserve their privileges in during voting and elections and all that. And just, it's a fucking, the system is rigged. And young generations are just gonna get fucking screwed more and more. Catered to them, that's the fuck part, yeah. And that's the whole thing, right? Make people believe you're actually doing it for them. Appeal to their simple notions and vision of the world. JC, good to see you. Hi, Blood Demon. Have a good night. But yeah, I mean, I think, and it's interesting what Blood Demon's saying, and I understand why, for instance, Chipmunk feels differently about it, because I'm pretty sure, Chipmunk, you're American, right? I feel like that's a very European perspective of like, I think it tends to be a big thing around here, like, well, yeah, just, you know, everyone's just there, and it's mostly fine, right? But obviously, I think that same perspective doesn't work in a country like the US, I do think. Because I feel like that's an easy disposition that then allows minorities to get exploited. It's like, oh yeah, I mean, if, you know, we don't need to think about everyone else's culture. Which is a very quick way to like, oh, we're just not, you know, we don't care about your culture, it means you're not allowed to do the things you want to do and that are important to you culturally. I think it's easy to go from like everyone's just peacefully doing their thing, you know, to you have to conform in the sense of like, you know, you're not allowed your own culture. I mean, I certainly think it can more than ever. I think the scales are shifting in Europe as well, right? Due to just the globalized sentiments just spreading all around, right? There's no real separations anymore. Social media influence and all that is kind of widespread at this point. But I think it's like an older sort of European sentiment of like, when I grew up, for instance, you know, I grew up in the 90s as a teenager. Tons of Portuguese immigrants, Balkanic immigrants. Nobody really gave a shit about anything. Like, you know, outside of a few assholes who would, you know, bully and be a little bit racist and all that. I told the story of me being half Turkish and growing up in the countryside where there were no, you know, not a lot of immigrants and anything like that. So I was kind of unique in that sense, and I got bullied for it. But outside of a few bad situations like that, you know, it was, for the most part, it was just, especially in Switzerland, so I don't know, everyone's free to do whatever they want, right? The Swiss people very happily voted for, you know, like Muslims to have their own like churches, like their I don't remember what they're called in English, and all kinds of different religious things and mosques in English. Okay, mosquée in French. So it was very much like, yeah, no, everyone's accommodating for everyone. Everyone's free to have their own beliefs, their own systems, their own culture, and everyone's kind of sort of getting along nicely. Which is what I feel like Blood Demons sort of, you know, probably grew up in this sort of same environment in Germany, and I think that very much plays into that, you know, everything's just okay, and nobody's really worried about it. But obviously we don't have the same history, I guess, as the US with those things. But I definitely do think that it's the slippery slopes are happening in Europe as well now. There's a lot of, you know, anti-immigration sentiment growing and growing. In France, the UK especially. I'm not sure. I think it might be a little slower in Germany, Switzerland maybe. But it definitely feels like France and the UK are very deep in it. It's everywhere. Okay. Yeah, maybe it's just Switzerland being... I mean, it's still... Don't get me wrong. There's still some parties here that are trying to push those things, but the pushback's pretty good. They've lost their last votation that they, you know, they put their anti-immigration policies up to vote, and it got pushed back. Not enough, not by a large margin like I would have liked, but there's still some pushback, so hopefully for now kind of getting away with it. But yeah, I mean, obviously the quote-unquote, I don't think there's a correct way, but the healthier way would be embracing everyone's culture, right? Not just being like, oh, they need to sort of conform or whatever. It's like, no, they can be there with their own culture, and that should be fine in most cases, you know. But it's not as easy as it is on paper. Yeah, but that's the thing, chess piece. That's why I'm adding nuance to it, because obviously you come at it from also an American perspective. I don't think, at least if you go back a couple decades, in the European perspective, that's not the way it is. For us, it's not a dog, or it didn't used to be a dog whistle. That's why I'm adding nuance, right? But I don't know Blood Demon. I don't know what their opinions are. But, you know, I'm just saying that I don't see it as something from the perspective of, you know, a German person that's probably a little bit old, like older than young generations. We grew up in you know, an environment that where it was completely, you know, accommodating in that sense, where every culture was very accepted and allowed to thrive in their own way. I feel like, again, I feel like that's changing, but it used to be the way it worked. Some people didn't like it. Some people definitely argued against mosques being around and all those things, but it used to be it used to be close to an ideal situation back a few decades ago, it feels. And I'm speaking about that from the perspective of someone who, you know, felt some of that and was close to a lot of, you know, like my dad, my biological dad was an immigrant, all that. But yeah, I mean, those things change, and of course, you know, individual perspectives, microcosms. Let's bring them back and ask the opinion of the Romani people. Listen, I'm not saying, don't misconstrue what I'm saying. I'm not saying racism didn't exist in Europe in the 90s. Far from that. It's always existed everywhere. I'm just saying that this particular language, from a European perspective, is not necessarily the dog whistle it is in the US. Or at least it wasn't. Maybe it is now. Anyway, we're not here to witch hunt anyone. I need to stop biting that. If you see me bite that again, chat, can you yell at me? I have like one of those little, we talked about it the other day, those little things that come out on the side of your nails, those strand of like hard skin or something, and if you pull it out, that shit gets infected. Is that a hangnail? I don't know if it's a hangnail. Hangnail. A skin hangnail apparently is what it's technically called. Yeah, so you're right. Yeah. And when you pull this shit, you know, it wounds you, and then you get you get an infection, and it gets really messy. I need to stop biting it. I don't know how to deal with them. Typically when they get long that I can feel them, I just cut them a little bit, but it keeps growing. Anyway. disco-like RPGs and political conversations. We're back, guys. we're so back. This feels like disco all over again. We are so back. This is exactly Disco Elysium all over again. So Earth's passing the day the god died, and they believed that by making a feast, he would return. Because I don't know, he was hungry, I guess. I don't know why this is gold. Like sometimes the thing stays like a gold color, maybe where several of them are talking, or maybe it's stuck on dexterity. I don't know. Anyway, Earth passing, drink and feasting with family and friends, mostly used to ignore the darkness of winter outside. Thank you, Charisma. Oh, now it changed. Never mind. Intelligence says this kind of magic item can go upwards of 10,000 crown. Oh, is he correcting dexterity? I think he's correcting dexterity. We were still technically on the crowns thing, right? Those were all lore clicks. Now intelligence chiming in with the actual price of the item, which is 10,000 crowns. Strength has something to say. It's not yours, though. It's the city's. Okay, so we're getting it as a tool of the trade. Gotcha. You can't just use it for anything. Equipping items temporarily alters your ability scored. Right. Oh, this is so great. Alright, +1 dexterity, -1 charisma. Where do I put this? Here? Oh god, it's disgusting. I love that charisma was fighting against it and it lowers charisma. Like the logic of charisma being like, don't wear this is so cool. And the rogue, you know, dexterity being like, yeah, no, you'll look great. Yeah, look, you'll be great with this. I love that they're rooting for themselves to be stronger. I think this is such a nice touch. Yeah, look at me. Hey, is that my pouch of holding? That little red thing? Nice. Dex just does not give a shit. Yeah, I'm gonna remove it though. I want my charisma to be maintained. Also, really disgusting. The ends are torn. It's a stretch to even call it a cloak. Please don't put it on. Alright, I won't. And yeah, I guess then, if I don't care, I can, like, send them in deep storage. Can I do something about it? Like, it doesn't seem like I can get rid of it. Seems like deep storage is the way to clear your inventory so far. Alright, yeah, we got... Man, this game's so cool. What did you say? What I want to contribute to? So yeah, I'm sorry if we called you out of Lyric Blood Demon. It's just like what you said was an interesting conversation topic. What I learned from my grandparents' immigration or the movement of large masses of people seems to cause anti-they sentiment anytime the movement becomes too much. Germany, the last big wave was after World War II. A lot of people got displaced during the war. In 2000, were not that many problems with larger people movements. Started back around 2014. Since then, anti-immigration mindset becoming more again. Yeah, but I feel like my perception of that, and I don't know, I'm not an expert on the fucking sociological aspects and all that nonsense, but to me it feels like it's a good scapegoat for, you know, the nationalist politics and far-right parties and all that stuff. It's a good scapegoat. Oh yeah, it's the immigrants' fault that the prices of groceries are high and that you don't have a job and all that, right? Mind you, not mentioning that immigrants are the reason the country is still even in business, because they're doing all the jobs that no one else wants to do, and they're very important, like, you know, like primary jobs and all primary professions and all that. So it's like, you know, we need to find a scapegoat, because certainly it couldn't be us, the billionaires. It couldn't be us, right? So what do you blame? You blame the immigrants, and you're like, oh yeah, look at the immigrants. There's so many of them now. It's like an invasion, you know, like all those words you hear. And You know, and the you know, it's, I don't know. I don't have the answers. I don't know. And like it goes even further, that in that it's easy to point at, oh look, a group of immigrants fought a group of you know, locals, and it was violent, and it's because of the immigrants, because clearly they don't want to, you know, conform or whatever, integrate, right? Like, to go back to that word. And it's easy to bring statistics that are like, oh yeah, immigrants have more violence, they have more, you know, examples of being unruly and not following the law and all that. And yeah, I mean, sure, those are the stats, if they're true wherever you're from, which I'm sure it happens, right? In certain countries, that's probably the case. But what it's not, the story that it's not saying is that there's more social struggles for them because of how, you know, the situations they're being put in terms of getting access to healthcare, that goes back to what you were saying, right? Like getting access to healthcare, getting access to jobs, like proper, you know, professions, and maybe education, getting equal access to everything else. Which, yeah, I mean, if you're getting fucking shit on every fucking day of your life, at some point, you know, there's a higher likelihood of someone breaking the law in that context, right? Same reason, like, oh yeah, it's the fault of the poor people. Look how much crime there is in poor people's, you know, neighborhoods. Well, yeah, that kind of makes sense. The problem is not that they're criminals. The problem is that they're getting fucked every fucking day. But yeah, obviously a much bigger conversation than what I'm even, you know, equipped to have. Like, I don't know enough to really talk about that. I'm not an expert, you know. I have limited knowledge, which comes from, again, like I'm in a very privileged country in many regards, so it's even, you know, harder for me to have firsthand experience with a lot of those things. I just, you know, and my studies in history are, you know, modern and contemporary histories are going a long way now. It's been 20 years since I haven't seen the inside of an auditorium at the university, so you know, my knowledge of all of those things is probably not up to date, because that's the way contemporary history works. It changes very fast. Although every time I look at the fucking Israel-Gaza situation, funny enough, the things we were talking about in uni 20 years ago, more than 20 years ago, still very much valid. In fact, a depressingly low amount of things have changed there. So, you know. I have a controversial opinion. Age verify and ID verify the internet. Kill the outrage bot farms and see how much nicer life will be. Yeah. The problem is... here's my conspiracy theory to go against your controversial opinions. The people in power who have vested interest in those bots will find a way to get them verified. Lobbying with Twitter and whatever, right? And then they will own it even more than they do now. That's my conspiracy theory, that I'm very afraid is not that much of a stretch at this point. Because unfortunately, corruption is stronger than laws, is what we've learned. Lying is OP. They already own it as the foreign interference angle I'm more concerned about. I'm not. Give them a little bit of, you know, competition. I'm not worried about that. No, I understand what you mean, like actual like espionage and like proper, you know, sabotage from the inside. I get that, but I don't know. Yeah, I was gonna say, is our you know, homeland policies that much, but I don't know. I don't want to get into it now. But yeah, obviously, like I think someone mentioned, the privacy problem would be pretty hot. Internet safety and privacy, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's again not account takeovers. That's true. That's true. Yeah. It could lead to a misplaced sense of trust. I don't know. Again, not something I'm knowledgeable enough to really have an opinion on, so I'll abstain from getting too deep into it. Anyway, Esoteric Ebb. We've collected and eaten an apple. We've learned a bunch of stuff. We have an idea of what we're supposed to do. We're a cleric, which is associated with strength. Okay, good to know. I assume rogue is dexterity, wizard. What would wisdom be, I wonder? Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't really say. Curious to learn what my because it seems like every class is associated with a color, so I'm assuming it's a main trait, a main ability, they call it, I think, in this game. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, we have a whole bunch of stuff to study in this room and interact with. But that, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be a story for tomorrow. Yeah, I made that point the other day, Mirsky, right? We were talking about like sort of the ethical things you do and the consequences, and when you really look into it, it's always a mess, right? Us being on Amazon is immediately puts in question. Oh, there's a short rest we can do down there. Nice. All right, well, quit to menu. I think that's it. Is my game saved properly? Yes, it is. Quit to menu. And that's it. Esoteric Ebb Day 1. What a game. What a game. I don't know how you guys are feeling about it, but I am so excited to play it again tomorrow. I am so excited to play it tomorrow. Reminder that this week on Wednesday, I will not be streaming because I'm watching the Switzerland game. So tomorrow's stream, Tuesday stream, Thursday stream, no stream on Wednesday. But yeah. I'm very excited for more of this. Thank you everyone for the support tonight. Thank you for showing up to watch me play Esoteric Ebb very slowly. We'll keep doing that in the same way going forward. As a community that built itself quite a bit around Disco Elysium, this feels like, I don't know, it feels like almost like a coming home kind of game, right? It feels very familiar to come to Esoteric Ebb. So yeah, exciting to see more of it. I wonder how it's gonna hold. It's big shoes to fill to compare yourself to Disco, right? So far it's doing great, but we'll see. We'll see how much of that we get in the future. In any case, appreciate you guys for hanging out. I'll be back tomorrow, 7 p.m. Central European Time, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific, for more adventures of Esoteric Ebb. I'm gonna need a lot of water during this playthrough. I'm gonna have to read a lot and talk a lot. Yeah, I really don't have much more to say. Let us call it here, I suppose. I wish you all a beautiful rest of your day, evening, or night. I will be back tomorrow, and until then, remember me, and I will remember you.